your commitment for this course. By now, I'm pretty sure you have a lot more clarity about what this course is about and what you are going to learn. You know, I am practicing these skills for the past 15 years. If you ask me what is the biggest mistake I made during this process of improving my concentration, the answer would be not setting up a clear goal. This particular lesson will help you to set up your learning goal, which is the foundation. And I can assure you, we are going to revisit your goal many times during this course. Here are some questions I would like you to answer, preferably in writing. First one. What specifically do you want to achieve from this course? The word specific is important. I want you to think only in specific terms. Make sure your goal is specific, concrete and tangible. It should be also realistic and attainable. For example, if you want to improve your concentration, it's not a specific goal. On the other hand, how many minutes you want to sit to effectively read without losing your concentration on what you are reading. This is a smart goal. So pay attention to this difference. The second question, where are you now? In your opinion, how many minutes you can read without losing your focus? The third question, how will you know when you have achieved your goal? Basically, what you will be able to do if you reach your goal. And the last question, what resources do you have now and what do you need to get your outcome, to reach your goal? You might have a quiet room, a pleasant neighborhood, you might meditate on a daily basis, and so on. Make the inventory of everything you have and what you would need. In the end, here are the action steps for you. First, answer to these 4 questions in writing. What specifically do you want to achieve from this course? Where are you now? What is your current level of concentration? How will you know when you have achieved your goal? What resources do you have now and what do you need to get your outcome? Second, I recommend you to share your goals in our discussions section. Please take responsibility. Other members would also be motivated from reading your goals. They can also motivate you during this process. And the third action step. At the end of your objectives for this course, I would like you to write this commitment. I commit myself to finish all the lessons of this course until the very end, or something similar. It's up to you. Please don't take this lesson for granted. If you answer honestly to those 4 questions, this would add huge value in the long term and save you hundreds of hours. By the way, if you haven't done it already, please introduce yourself. I'm just curious. What is your first name and where are you coming from? So take action and see you in the first module of our course. Thank you very much. Hey, before starting the next lesson, I want to tell you something. My mission is to create the best educational experience and to share the message of this course to thousands of students around the world. We all deserve to skyrocket our learning skills, isn't it? But I cannot do that without your precious help. In a moment, a window will pop up where you'll be asked to leave a rating and a review for this course. On this platform, ratings go from 1 to 5 stars, with 4.5 being considered the normal average good. I'm saying this because I've had people leaving 3 stars and they said it meant something like neutral. Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. 3 stars mean that this course is really bad. So my advice is to never buy an online course or a book with a 3 stars average. No matter your decision, your rating reflects the value I provide for you for the money you spend on the course. So I want to make sure you're having a good time here. It benefits the experience of you and other students enrolled in this course. So I will let the decision up to you. Thank you very much. Given the fact that every one of us has a very limited amount of time available, it is highly important to be focused so you can achieve your goal. The best employees, the best entrepreneurs, the best students exude energy and focus. They block out external stimuli and their working time is extremely productive. You can spot them because they are always the most focused. They are able to get a lot done with their time. This is a part of what defines them. The people who do the best in every profession have the ability to focus and use their time productively. Your ability to focus and be productive with your time right now is something that will have a major impact on your long-term success. You need to be as productive and focused as possible in every move you make when it's related to your activity. 10x Power Focus is divided into 5 parts. First, increase your focus when learning. Second, discover the power of discipline in your life. Third, how to improve your brain power. Next, concentration at work. And the last module, how to set powerful goals for your learning. Let's have a look at the major topics covered in each module. The first part, increase your focus when learning. Inside of it, I'm going to give you the best strategies and tips for increasing your learning capacity, improving your memory, maintaining your focus at higher levels, and improving your comprehension and retention. The second part, discover the power of discipline in your life. We're going to delve deeper into topics such as defining the role of discipline, how to take decisions more effectively, how to completely eliminate distractions and minimize multitasking, how to create the habits you desire for your learning, and how to practice them. In the third module, how to improve your brain power, we are going to start with the best brain-boosting activities. I'm going to present you the lifestyle to create a powerful mind. You are going to learn how to align your mind habits with your goals, and also you are going to learn how to create a story to maintain your focus. In the fourth part, concentration at work, you are going to learn how to acquire and grow your skills using concentration, how to search for feedback frequently, how to reframe failure and never give up, how to overcome challenges at work, and how to build a relationship with your mentor. And the last part, how to set powerful goals for your learning, because setting goals is an excellent process for thinking about your ideal future and for motivating yourself to turn your vision of this future into reality. In the end, the ability to stay focused is an important part of your daily life, no matter your career, responsibilities, or primary functions that you want to perform. It is important that you can focus on what you are doing at all times. In order to get the most out of this course, I have one big requirement for you. Do the action steps included at the end of each lesson. Believe me, this is extremely important. Be active. Only with this attitude, you will fast-track your learning. Some of the action steps include sharing your experience with us in the Q&A part of each lesson. Please do it. You'll get a lot of benefits from interacting with me and our students. 10x Power Focus is a condensed at your own pace transformational program that will show you how to increase your focusing skills in a fast way and the peak performance that goes with it. I recommend spending at least 3 hours a week on this course for maximum benefits. You can also download the material through the Udemy app to listen to on your phone or read the transcripts, whatever's easiest for you. 3 hours is my guideline, but because it comes with lifetime access, you can go faster or slower if you want. With that being said, let's start practicing. Concentration is concerned with disciplining your mind. However, your mind will tend to resist your efforts as it loves its own freedom. By practicing 10 to 15 minutes of exercises to improve your focus on a daily basis between Monday to Friday, you'll be able to train and discipline your mind and hence improve your focus. So, the first exercise, practice simple mental calculations. For your first session, you might begin something very simple, the addition table in your mind, starting with 1 plus 1 equals 2, and continuing through each number up to 1 plus 9 equals 10, then continue with 2 plus 1 equals 3, and so on until 9 plus 9 equals 18. Keep your attention closely focused on the mental task and notice the command over the neurological process of concentration. The second exercise, observe. Get any physical object, a fruit, a small furniture, or a toy, and examine it closely and carefully. Take note of its characteristics and features while keeping your mind from straying away and starting to entertain our thoughts. Keep your complete attention on one thing you currently have in your hands. Take note of its color, shape, texture, even the smell. The third exercise, focus on a single word. For that, find a nice quiet spot where you can stay for at least 5 minutes without anyone interrupting you. This exercise requires you to laser point your thoughts on a single target, a single word of your choice. It doesn't matter what word it is as long as it's inspiring, such as love, courage, happiness, or success are good examples. Repeat the word mentally in your mind for 5 minutes. When you feel your concentration is improving, you can increase the duration to 10 minutes. And the last exercise for this introductory lesson, focus on sounds. In our day-to-day lives, we keep hearing several sounds. Try to focus on a specific sound, such as a voice, then deliberately switch over to another sound, such as that of a bird. Again, switch over to another sound, say the sound of traffic. Continue to switch between sounds after focusing on one sound for 1 minute. This exercise can also be done visually by focusing on the person or thing that is creating the sound and refocusing on another. Just make sure that while focusing on one particular sound, you do not think or hear anything else. That's it. These are your first exercises. Practice simple mental calculations in your mind. Observe, focus on a single word, and focus on sounds. Practice this exercise from Monday to Friday. Start with 5 minutes dedicated to each exercise. Then gradually increase to 10 minutes. Ideally, you should perform each exercise for 15 minutes per day with 5 minutes break in between of each exercise. In the resource section of this lesson, you can find the handout with these exercises and the instructions. Hey there! As your instructor, my mission for this course is to make your learning experience as active, effective, and fun as possible. One of the ways is for you to participate in the monthly contest. This is a unique opportunity as this is the only course you can find on Udemy which runs this type of monthly promotion. What are the prizes? 10 Amazon e-gift cards of $12 each every month. How can you win? The 10 lucky winners will be randomly selected on the last Thursday of each month during a live stream for all students. Winners will be contacted through the Udemy messaging system to receive the prizes. So once enrolled in this course, you have the real opportunity to win a $12 Amazon gift card and use it as you like. What are the rules? You have to watch at least 70% of this course, and you have to get involved into the Q&A section. Open at least 3 questions related to the content of this course. You can start by simply introducing yourself and telling us what are your goals with this course. The more you watch and get involved, the higher your chances to win. That's it. So go ahead, continue watching this course, get involved into the Q&A section, and we'll see you on the last Thursday of each month. Alright, now it's the time to play. Before trying the brain teasers in this lesson, let's make some distinctions here. Attention and concentration are closely linked. You have to pay attention to achieve real concentration. So attention always precedes concentration. Now, concentration span, like attention span, varies from one person to another. Habits on concentration play a part as well. If you are used to concentrating in a noisy environment, then you may have trouble in paying attention in a quiet room. Everyone can improve their ability to concentrate by spending a little time each day exercising their mind. And this is the purpose of this lesson. Try the following 3 brain teasers. Concentrate hard and try to play as quickly as possible. You have about 10 seconds for each exercise. At the end, find out which one you found hardest and tell us why. Brain teaser 1. Say the colors of these drops aloud as rapidly as possible. You have 10 seconds. Brain teaser 2. Read the following words out loud quickly. Brain teaser number 3. Say aloud what color the following words are. Now the results. You probably found the last exercise particularly difficult. This is because it brings together two contradictory kinds of information, one from reading the words and the other from recognizing the colors. The left side of the brain processes the first piece of information, while the latter is processed by the right side of the brain. Reading can happen automatically, as advertisers understand only too well. So, you will first read the word, red, before perceiving and verbalizing the color of the font, green. And you have to make a great effort of concentration and attention to stop the first item of read information from imposing itself. If you really concentrate, you'll be able to perform this exercise more and more quickly. And anyway, I suggest you replay this lesson along this course, just to see the levels of your focusing skills. I hope it was fun for you. Thank you very much. Hello and welcome to the first module of our course, How to Set Powerful Goals. You know, goal setting is a powerful process for thinking about your ideal future and for motivating yourself to turn your vision of this future into reality. I decided to start with the process of setting goals because they are in direct relation with your concentration ability. If you don't have a strong motivation, a strong goals, a strong why, then your concentration level will never increase on the medium and long term. Of course, there are some tricks that will help you increase your concentration, but only on the short term. Again, if you don't have that strong motivation and clear, precise goals, your focus will never increase. Inside this module, I will help you to develop a clear sense of direction through the strategic planning process. How to define your goal, how to define the objectives, how to set the strategies, how to establish your priorities, and how to define your activities related to that goal. Once you have figured out what you really want to do, you need a strategy for accomplishing it. Your goals are not going to get you anywhere if you don't actually do something about them. And I'm going to help you with that. We are going to cover everything related to how to organize your goals. And the last point covered is the importance of setting long-term goals. The key to a successful long-term goals is for you to identify the core competencies you will require and then begin immediately to develop or to acquire those core competencies. And I'm going to help you with that in this module. So, let's start. Hey there, before starting the next lesson, I want to tell you something. My goal is to share the message of this course to thousands of students around the world. We all deserve to skyrocket our learning skills, isn't it? But I cannot do that without your precious help. In a moment, a window will pop up where you'll be asked by Udemy to leave a rating and a review for this course. On this platform, ratings go from 1 to 5 stars, with 4.5 being considered the normal average good. On the other hand, I agree that some of you will say it's still way too early to have an opinion about the content of this course, and it is normal. In that case, you can just choose to skip the review altogether to a later moment. I'm saying this because I've had people leaving 3 stars thinking it meant something like neutral. No. 3 stars mean this course is really bad. My advice is to never buy a course on Udemy with a 3 stars average. So if you feel you haven't seen enough of this course, just skip the review button and click on Ask Me Later. Thank you. Planning and setting goals. Many people work hard, but they don't seem to get anywhere worthwhile. A key reason that they feel this way is that they haven't spent enough time thinking about what they want from their lives and haven't set themselves any goals. After all, would you set out on a major journey with no real idea of your destination? Probably not. Goal setting is a powerful process for thinking about your ideal future and for motivating yourself to turn your vision of this future into reality. From top-level athletes, successful business people, and achievers in all fields, they all set goals. Setting goals gives you long-term vision and short-term motivation. It focuses your acquisition of knowledge and helps you to organize your time and your resources so that you can make the very most of your life. Most importantly, setting clear and powerful goals increases your focus, your ability to concentrate. If you don't already set goals, do so starting right now. As you make this technique a part of your life, you will find your career accelerating and you will wonder how you did without it. Now, I'm going to present you a strategic planning process to develop a clear sense of direction. For that, we are going to talk about how to set your goals, how to define your objectives, how to set your strategies, how to establish your priorities, and how to define your activities. These are the components of a strategic planning process. Your goals, your objectives, your strategies, your priorities, and your activities. How to set goals? A goal is a specific place where you want to end up at the end of a specific period of time. For example, your goal could be a certain volume of sales or a certain level of profitability at the end of a quarter or at the end of a year. You need to set goals in three major areas of your life: family, work, and personal goals. These are the reasons why you get up in the morning, why you work hard and upgrade your skills, why you worry about money and sometimes feel frustrated by the demands on your time. Objectives are the sub-goals that you will have to accomplish in order to achieve your long-term goal. If your one-year goal is a certain level of profitability or a certain number of books to read, your objectives could be in the areas of sales distribution, if you target profitability, or the number of books you need to read each month. Achieving these objectives, the goals are achieved as well. Now, what is a strategy? Your strategy is the method that you are going to use to accomplish the objective on the way to your goal. For example, with regard to sales, your strategy could be to build an internal sales force, or your strategy could be improving marketing. With regard to reading a certain number of books in a year, your strategy could be to set a specific period of time, 5 days per week, and dedicate this time only to reading. By thinking through the key questions and concepts of strategy, you very quickly find yourself doing more and more of the most important tasks that can move you toward your key goals. At the same time, you do fewer and fewer of those things that are not particularly helpful. Now, throughout the strategic planning process, you must know what are the things that you will have to do first and what are the things that you will have to do second. Which items are more important and which items are less important. You always have to set priorities. Priorities enable you to choose what to do first, what to do second, and what not to do at all. It enables you to organize every aspect of your life so that you can get the greatest joy, happiness, and satisfaction out of everything you do. There are three key questions that you can ask yourself continually to keep your personal life in balance. What is really important to me? Whenever you find yourself with too much to do and too little time, stop and ask yourself, what is it that is really important for me to do in this situation? Then make sure that what you are doing is the answer to that question. The second question is, What are my highest value activities? In your personal life, this means what are the things that I do that give me the greatest pleasure and satisfaction? Of all the things that I could be doing at any one time, what are the things that I could do to add the greatest value to my life? The third question for you to ask over and over again is this one. What is the most valuable use of my time right now? Since you can only do one thing at a time, you must constantly organize your life so that you are doing one thing, the most important thing at every moment. Each activity will be determined by the current priorities. Each individual with standards of performance and specific deadlines defines specific activities that help achieving his priorities. The achievement of priorities will lead to the accomplishment of the strategy. When your strategy is carried out, you will achieve your objectives. Here is a small exercise for you. Take your main goal we asked you to define in the introductory section of our course. What you need to do now is to engage in all above stages of planning in order to realize it. Think about your objectives, strategies, priorities, and activities. For example, if your goal is to read a certain number of books this year, start with your objectives. How many books you need to read per month or per quarter. Then move on to your strategies. How you are going to achieve it. Maybe by setting a specific time in your day or every 2 days dedicated only to reading. Next, move to your priorities. How you are going to prioritize this activity. When you feel more mentally comfortable to start reading. In the evening, during the day, in the afternoon, during the night maybe. Think about them. Next, move to your activities. Your activity will be reading. And ask yourself how many pages, roughly of course, you would want to read every day or every 2 days when you think you need to read during that period of time dedicated only to your goal. Think about it, and if you didn't do it already, please share your insights with us. We are here to help you. In the next lesson, we are going to talk about why you need to set long-term goals and why you need to constantly think about your future. Thank you very much, and see you there. Now, once you finish this exercise, my suggestion is to set long-term goals and constantly be thinking about your future. You need to set clear and realistic goals. According to psychologists, the greatest demotivator in the world of work is not knowing what is expected or not being clear about your long-term goals. The process of setting goals helps you choose where you want to go in life. By knowing precisely what you want to achieve on a long time frame, you know where you have to concentrate your efforts. You will also quickly spot the distractions and eliminate them. Know what your long-term goals are clearly before you start anything. If you aren't sure what the end result is, the confusion will make it impossible to focus. Now that you have chosen your major goal, I have an additional tip for you. Review and keep track of your progress. Writing in a journal is a great way to keep track of both personal and professional progress. Checking in with yourself and the progress you made towards a certain goal is the key to staying motivated. It may even encourage you to work harder. It's also a good idea to make an appointment with yourself each week to review your progress. This could be done on Monday while commuting, if you are in a bus or a subway. This could be when you get home on a Friday afternoon or when the house is quiet on a Sunday morning. Make it regular and stick to the schedule. It also helps if you can talk to family and friends about your goals and actions and ask them to follow up with you to see if you have made any progress. If you have not made as much progress as you plan to, don't beat yourself up. Just reschedule the things you missed for the next week. Working step by step is the key. It may take time and perseverance. You may need to sacrifice some social TV or internet time. but you will feel great when you see the progress you are making. Remember, if something does not change, nothing will change. Organizing and processing goals. Your ability to think, plan, decide, organize, and take action determines the entire course of your life. The better you become in each area, the better will be each part of your life and the faster you will achieve your goals. By setting sharp, clear, defined goals, you can measure and take pride in the achievement of these goals, and you will see forward progress in what might previously have seemed a long, pointless grind. You will also raise your self-confidence, and you will recognize your ability and competence in achieving the goals that you have set. But once you have figured out what you really want to do, you still need a strategy for accomplishing it. Your goals are not going to get you anywhere if you don't actually do something about them. And not just anything, but the right things. I have 6 strategies on organizing your goals. First, make sure that your goal is something you want rather than something you want to avoid. For instance, instead of saying I don't want to be stuck in this job for another 4 years, say I want to improve my skills over the next 4 years so that I qualify for a better job. Second, after setting your priorities, focus on 5 to 7 items. Productivity studies show that you really cannot focus on more than 5 to 7 items at any one time. If you concentrate at more than 5 to 7 goals at any time, you will lose focus and you will accomplish very little. Third, setting smaller goals. Create progressively smaller goals that you should reach to achieve your big goals. Each of these should be based on the previous plan. Then create a daily to-do list of the things that you should do today to work towards your goals. At an early stage, your smaller goals might be to read books and gather information on the achievement of your higher level goals. This will help you to improve the quality and realism of your goal setting. Fourth tip, make them smart. Your goals must be specific, measurable, actionable, realistic, and reachable within your time frame. First, what is a specific goal? Your goals must identify exactly what you want to accomplish in as much specificity as you can master. One might say, I want to be successful. Well, who doesn't? But can you define what success means to you? Success to one person may mean becoming the CEO of a company, while to another person it can mean getting home from work by 6 o'clock every evening. A bad goal, write an article. A good goal, write an article for your favorite tourism site or blog. Measurable. You can't manage what you cannot measure. If possible, try to quantify the result. You want to know absolutely positively whether or not you hit the goal. A bad goal, earn more this month than the last one. A good goal, earn $500 more this month than the previous one. Next, actionable. Every goal should start with an action verb. Quit, run, finish, eliminate, rather than a to-be verb, such as am, be, have. A bad goal, to be more active in blogging. A good goal, write 5 blog posts per week. Next, realistic. A good goal should stretch you, but you have to add a dose of common sense. Make sure your abilities and skills are compatible with your long-term goals. A bad goal, qualify for the PGA Tour. A good goal, lower my golf handicap by 4 strokes. Next, reachable within your time frame. Each goal needs a deadline associated with it. A goal without a date is just a dream. Always define when you do plan to deliver on that goal. It could be by year end or it could be more near term. Make sure that every goal ends with a by when date. Don't set yourself up to failure. If you have one big goal, then you have to break it down into smaller parts or short-term goals. Remember, you will do better if you take baby steps than one big giant leap. A bad goal: lose 1 kilo. A good goal: lose 1 kilo by December 31st. The fifth advice in organizing your goals: stick to your plan. It's also a good idea to make an appointment with yourself each week to review your progress. This could be on the train or bus to work, or school on Monday, when you get home on a Friday afternoon, or when the house is quiet on a Sunday morning. It's up to you, but make it regular and stick to the schedule. If you have not made as much progress as you plan to, don't beat yourself up. Just reschedule the things you missed for the next week. Working step by step is the key. As an exercise, write down your goals and actions in a notebook, on your phone or computer, and set reminders on your calendar to follow up on each of the actions. Sixth, adjust your goals periodically. You may find yourself set in your ways concerning broad life goals, but take the time to reevaluate your smaller goals. Are you accomplishing them to your time frame? Are they still necessary to keep you on track towards your larger life goals? You need to create a plan that you can stick to, but then adjust along the way towards achieving your goals. Don't change the goal, but you can and should change the plan as often as needed to get closer to your goals. In the end, goal setting is a powerful technique for developing a solid foundation for future planning and organization. By knowing what you want to achieve in life, you know where you want to concentrate and what to improve. If you can set well-defined goals and organize them, you can measure and take pride in the achievement of those goals. Thank you very much for being with us. Now let's move to the next lesson. How to develop short-term goals and long-term goals. Your ability to set long-term goals and constantly be thinking about your future has a high impact on your success. All top executives are long-term thinkers. They project forward 5 years and they think about where they want to be and what they will have to be doing at that time in order to achieve their long-term goals. They are constantly asking themselves how to set goals and foster a strategic planning process to further their business success. The key to a successful long-term goals is for you to identify the core competencies you will require and then begin immediately to develop or to acquire those core competencies. This ability to think long-term has never been more important or more valuable than it is today. It is a real key to profitability. When you have determined where you want your life to be in 1 year or 5 years or even 20 years, it will have an impact on what you do today. Once you defined your goals, as we've helped you in the previous lessons, write them down. A written goal represents a real commitment. Commitment is what separates our dreams from our goals. Keep a copy of your goal plan in sight and refer to it as often as possible. The secret behind the effort is the development of habits and strategies which support the achievement of clear goals. Successful people form habits to do things that less successful people don't like to do. Many long-term goals will have short-term goals that lead to them. Not only does this make practical sense, for example, getting accepted to university is a short-term goal than becoming a partner in a law firm, for example, or a management consultant, but it also helps you from becoming overwhelmed. Differentiating between the two will help you to not become discouraged. and you will also assist in always keeping the long-term perspective in mind when the day-to-day life threatens you to make you lose sight of it. Long-term goals are excellent motivators. They help you see beyond today's work and remind you that there is a greater purpose for the time you are spending today. Setting your long-term goal with the assumption that you are moving in the right direction is not enough. So, how do you make sure that you are headed in the right direction and that your energy is channeled toward achieving your long-term goal? Short-term goals put you on the right track, but they don't appear automatically. Your short-term goals will relate to your long-term goal. A short-term goal is any goal that you set for yourself that can be accomplished within 12 months and may even be accomplished the day you set the goal. Usually, these short-term goals are smaller parts of bigger, longer-term goals that you break down into more manageable parts. As a long-term goal, let's say you want to read 50 books this year during 12 months. In this case, your short-term goals might be to read a specific number of books each month, to dedicate a specific number of hours each day, 5 days per week, to do 15 minutes per day of speed reading exercises, and so on. All these short-term goals have the purpose to move you to the long-term goal. These short-term goals will help you measure your progress towards your long-term goal. They will shape you how you plan your time and clarify the value of your time. Make your goals specific and give them a date to be completed. Large goals can be overwhelming. This causes people to lose confidence and motivation. They feel less overwhelmed when they break up, but on the other hand, they feel less overwhelmed when they break up a large goal into a series of smaller steps, each with specific actionable tasks. Instead of focusing on the larger goal, you focus on the smaller tasks which you need to complete. It will be less daunting, and with each small task completed, you will receive a confidence boost as you realize that you are one step closer to your goal. This makes reaching your ultimate goal much easier. In the end, here are some examples of long-term and short-term goals. For example, as long-term goals, your strategy might be to improve the profitability of your company. As long-term goals, you might add to increase the web traffic to your business site by 35% within 6 months, to reach the 1,000 follower mark on Twitter, to add 500 new names to the email subscriber list for your company's newsletter. Here are some examples of short-term goals supporting the above long-term goals. To improve search rankings for 5 keyword terms within 2 months, to research target audience and applicable industry keywords, to assign someone to manage social media feeds and establish a schedule for updates, to improve the newsletter content and establish a system to track performance of the existing campaign. My exercise for you: from the previous lesson, choose one long-term goal and break it down into a list of tasks and steps, and designate an appropriate time frame for each so that you never get discouraged. And please share it with us in our discussion section. The goal might be related to learning, concentration, business, fitness, any important goal that you want. Thank you very much. The second module of our course, how to increase your focus for learning. We all know what concentration means, giving your close undivided attention to something. But it is one thing to know what it means and another to be able to concentrate on your learning. Inside this module, we are going to cover many topics. First one, why many students cannot concentrate and what to do about it. Have you ever wondered what do highly focused and productive people do differently than others? And how are they able to establish an extremely high level focus? Inside this lesson, you will find out how to dramatically improve your focus and concentration with some powerful strategies. The second topic covered 9 top exercises to improve your concentration. By practicing mental exercises, you train the mind and master it, and put it in its proper place as your servant and not as your boss or master. The next topic, some tips for maintaining focus, because we all struggle to maintain our focus in our daily lives. Endless distractions keep our brains from focusing on a single task. Either we speak about learning or about work and complex projects. Next topic, how to improve your motivation for learning. If you are an achiever, if you are results-oriented, you know that your motivation is essential in this way. Anything you might want to achieve in your professional or personal life demands a high level of motivation and focus. Next topic, 5 ways to improve your reading comprehension and retention. Retention of what you are learning can help your career, your parenting skills, your business, your relationships, your hobbies, and so much more. So it makes sense to acquire reading comprehension and retention sooner than later. The skills presented in that specific lesson are useful for all the great information you want to take in. And the final topic covered, why memory training is all about imagination. In today's information-driven society, effective learning is the key to a successful career and a happy life. As the demands on our learning capabilities continue to grow, there becomes an ever more pressing need for advanced memorization methods, speed reading skills, and analytical thinking to multiply your learning and creative potential. With this overview in mind, let's start our first lesson. We all know what concentration means, giving your close, undivided attention to something. But it's one thing to know what it means and another to be able to concentrate on your studies. Many students complain that they just cannot concentrate. In other words, their minds race from one thing to another and their thoughts are all over the place, except on their studies. If you feel like this, you are not alone. But what needs to be done to overcome this? Studies show that people are most able to truly focus for an average of only 6 hours each week. Thus, you may want to be highly productive within those few hours. Firstly, you should know that everyone has the ability to concentrate. Think of a time when you were totally engrossed in something you really enjoyed. For example, a movie, a book, a game of rugby or football. You can concentrate. The trick is to use the right strategies to unlock your natural ability to concentrate and apply this to your studies. And even beat that average of only 6 hours human beings can concentrate per week. Have you ever wondered what do highly focused and productive people do differently than others? And how are they able to establish an extremely high level of focus? If your answer is yes, I'm going to present you 4 major strategies to dramatically improve your focus. First strategy, know yourself, why you concentrate and why you don't concentrate. When you begin to understand more clearly why you react or feel the way you do about certain things in your life, you will gain closeness with yourself. Think of the way you concentrate as your data. Begin by collecting the data so that you may make a commitment to understanding who you really are. There might be a situation when you don't understand why you do what you do, why you concentrate or why you don't concentrate. But just keep in mind, there are always consistent links in your chain of life. Take note of them. As an exercise, after this lesson, take a piece of paper, split it in 2 parts, one for why you concentrate and the other one for why you don't concentrate. Then write down in both lists all your reasons. If you want to, you can share some of your insights with us in the discussion section. Second, find a good time to study. It helps if you pay attention to when you study the best or when you are the most productive. For some people, this might be when you first wake up and you don't have anything distracting you yet. Throughout the day, you are more likely to become distracted, so it's better to study when your mind is still fresh. Furthermore, studying when you first wake up is really productive too, because you are less tired and generally already more focused. Third strategy, prioritize. Decide what topics require more attention than the others and dedicate appropriate amount of time to them. Prioritize all the tasks that demand a lot of your concentration and creativity, so you can accomplish them long before your energy gets sapped. Proceed with lighter tasks later in the day. As an exercise, keep a diary or an agenda with you, a master list of all of your high-level priorities. Write all your study goals and priorities in it and take a thorough look at them. Sometimes I even post this list of priorities in my room because for me it's very useful. Keep a daily to-do list with your own priorities and don't be rigid with it. Be dynamic. When needed, make adjustments. Fourth, break larger tasks into smaller ones. Sometimes we feel like we have too much to do and we procrastinate. Instead, we can avoid this by doing what we are able to do first and slowly build our way up. Furthermore, it helps if you seek help for the tasks you cannot accomplish, so you don't get stuck on one place and becoming frustrated. Fifth, learn actively. This will help you concentrate and remember. Active learners do something with what they have learned. In order to learn actively, follow these steps. Put what you have learned into your own words. Compare what you are learning with what you already know. Link new facts to what you already know. Apply what you are learning to your own situation. And finally, find ways to use that new information in your day-to-day activity, at school or personal life. Next strategy, be active in mental activity. Use a hierarchy of questions to help you focus when reading a reference material or listening to a lecture, rather than passively reading through it or listening and hoping that something will stick. And then write brief notes about the answers to your questions. Ask yourself, how will you use the material? Where it fits into what you already know? What new questions it triggers? Seventh, reflect and adjust. You will want to closely monitor yourself on a daily and weekly basis and make adjustments. You should regularly ask yourself the following questions. While these are related to your studies and how to better acquire new skills, you could just as well use them in any work or life situation. What is my main goal? What is my goal for the week? What do I need to do today? Where am I at this moment? Is this technique, schedule, place, relationship, situation working? Is it worth improving? How can I improve it? And I suggest to ask this question and answer them related to your agenda or diary I asked you to keep for your to-do list. Alright, here is the action step for you. Watch this lesson at least twice and contemplate on what has been said. Second, write your opinion about this lesson and how it would be helpful to you to become a more focused person. Thank you very much. Practice exercises to improve your focus on a daily basis. Concentration is basically concerned with disciplining your mind to improve your focus. However, your mind will tend to resist your efforts as it loves its own freedom. By practicing 10 to 15 minutes of exercises to improve focus on a daily basis, you will be able to train and discipline your mind and hence improve your concentration. By practicing mental exercises, you train your mind and master it, and put it in its proper place as your servant and not as your boss and master. First exercise. Practice simple mental calculations. for 10 minutes a day over a period of 20 consecutive days. This will make you concentrate considerably better. For your first session, you might begin with something very simple, the addition table in your mind, starting with 1 plus 1 equals 2, and continuing through each number up to 1 plus 9 equals 10. Then continue with 2 plus 1 equals 3, and so on, until 9 plus 9 equals 18. Keep your attention closely focused on the mental task and notice the command over the neurological process of concentration. Next exercise. Observe. Get any physical object, a fruit, a small furniture, a toy, and examine it closely and carefully. Take note of its characteristics and features while keeping your mind from staying away and starting to entertain our thoughts. Keep your complete attention on one thing you currently have in your hands. Take note of its color, shape, texture, even the smell. Next exercise. Focus on a single word. Find a nice quiet spot where you can stay for at least 5 minutes without anyone interrupting you. This exercise requires you to laser point your thoughts on a single target, a single word of your choice. It doesn't matter what word you choose as long as it is inspiring. Love, courage, happiness, or success are good examples. Repeat the word mentally in your mind for 5 minutes. When you feel your concentration is improving, you can increase the duration to 10 minutes. Next exercise. Observe without thinking. This exercise is similar to the previous one, but this time you will observe any chosen object, fruit, furniture, etc. without any mental verbalization. That is, make the act of observing completely blank as much as possible. Basically, for 5 minutes or so, you should look at your chosen object from all sides and angles without thinking anything about it. Next exercise. Observe and conjure. This is the logical next step to the previous 2 exercises. This time, after observing your chosen object for a few minutes, close your eyes and mentally picture the object as you have seen it. Visualize it by examining the object mentally. Turn it around in your mind and take notes of its features and physical characteristics while shutting out any irrelevant thought. Next exercise. Focusing on sounds. In your day-to-day lives, we keep hearing several sounds. Try to focus on a specific sound, such as a voice. Then deliberately switch over to another sound, such as that of a bird. Again, switch over to another sound, say the sound of traffic. Continue to switch between sounds after focusing on one sound for 1 minute. This exercise can also be done visually by focusing on the person or thing that is creating the sound and focusing then on another. Ensure that while focusing on one particular sound, you do not think of or hear anything else. The final exercise. Hold a single thought for an absolute minimum of 5 minutes, then increase to 10 in the next days, and so on until you arrive to 1 hour continuous focus. Don't cheat yourself. If an irrelevant thought comes into your mind, your concentration has been broken. Once you take the step to increase your concentration, you become more engaged in the activities and you have the energy you need to deal with all these challenges. You can increase your thinking process several times, and that is because your attention is going to become very sharp and you will easily be able to connect to the tasks at hand. Now, I've presented you 8 exercises which will improve your focus if done regularly each day for 10 to 15 minutes. Some of these exercises are hard, some of them are easy, but I can assure that they work. My advice for you is to re-watch this lesson at least twice because it's important. And as a second step, choose 2 to 3 exercises and do them for 30 days, 10 to 15 minutes per day. Please share with us which of these 8 exercises you chose to do. Thank you very much. In the previous lesson, we've discussed about ways on how to increase your concentration. In this lesson, we're going to discuss about some tips for maintaining or keeping your concentration. We all struggle to maintain focus in our daily lives, to maintain concentration once you increased it. Endless distractions keep our brain from focusing on one task. Either we speak about learning or about work and complex projects. Our day-to-day reality is that most of the people lack the ability to focus. The average person has the ability to concentrate with only 25% efficiency. This is why improving focusing skills is one of our favorite topics and a target for our students. Now, a question. How can you train to induce that focused state in yourself? The ability to focus the mind is one of the most important abilities one should possess, and this is why you are here taking this course. Developing focus is not an easy task, as it depends upon a number of factors, starting with our own mindset and including the external environment. In order to be able to maintain focus, here are 7 focusing strategies. First strategy, mind mapping. It is a very powerful way to get more out of your head, to organize information and to maintain focus. This is a method that has evolved into one of the most effective learning and thinking tools. You can use mind mapping for communicating, presenting, meetings, planning, memorizing, learning, organizing, and negotiating. Transferring your thoughts onto paper is incredibly easy and simple to practice. You don't need more than 15 minutes to learn and understand mind mapping. Using mind maps allows you to see the bigger picture in detail and maintain your focus. How do you do it? Start off with your main image in the middle of your paper. From this main image, make branches out of it that will be for a different area of your topic. You then make sub-branches out of them. Only use one word per branch. If you keep using mind maps, you are going to gain in planning power, creativity, develop more of your brain, and increase your powers of memory and observation. Next tip, interest your mind. Try to find interest in learning and in projects to help you concentrate. Taking up a new hobby can be a tremendous help. You should also try to find something interesting even in a task that you would normally didn't like. If you are at a gathering, find someone and start a conversation. Be inquisitive and you might discover you have similar interests. Exercise. Focus on finding 5 central important ideas to think about. Use mind maps to record the search, then write test questions to summarize your learning after each study session. Next tip. Find your purpose. Having a purpose to finish your work will keep you motivated and keep you focused. Part of the reason we lose focus is because we can't see the point of whatever task we have to get done and would rather be doing something else. Once you find your purpose, write it down or repeat it to yourself to keep your energies in the right place. Your purpose can be the key that unlocks the door to your focus. Here are 2 exercises. First, if you are studying, remind yourself about what is important. It may not be important for you to ace one test, but it is important for you to succeed, to achieve your career goals, whatever they may be. Next, exercise for keeping focus on work. If you are doing work, remind yourself why your work is important and why the work you do really matters. If it really doesn't matter to you, but is a good means to an end, remind yourself of all the things you can buy because of the work, or about all the fun things you can do once your workday is over. Fourth tip, point your internal distractions and stop them before they start. We all get distracted by different things throughout the day. Those thoughts might be about what you are eating for dinner, when to go shopping, why the girl you like didn't went out with you, etc. You can, however, limit those brain wanderings when you need to focus on a task by simply putting the brakes on the thought process. You can set up your environment to diminish distractions, decide on a routine or ritual that feels to you like a good way to begin your focused work. As an exercise, identify what distracts you and then take proactive measures to not let them distract you again. For example, if it's the internet, television, or people, then you might want to consider studying at the library. Next tip: increase the relevance of the task you need to complete. The idea here is simple. Our attention system is a top-down priority list, and distractions are bottom-up. This is the key feature in any to-do list. The most important thing is at the top. The least important is at the bottom. In an article published in the Journal of Neuroscience, researchers suggest that you can override your attention system to maintain focus, provided you have a good working memory, which is something you can train yourself. As an exercise, choose one of your tasks for which you would like to increase the relevance. Assign a due date if it isn't assigned yet. Tap into the reward center of your brain and offer up a reward for completing a task. For instance, when I finish writing this lesson, I get a cookie. Prioritize with a to-do list, organize everything, and focus only on the topmost goal. The goal is to add weight to the project you want to focus on, so that it's easier to do so. Sixth, manage your time. Managing your time goes hand in hand with making a to-do list. Next to each item on the list, write about how long it will take you to accomplish each task. Be realistic about this estimate. Then try to complete each task with the confines of each time limit. As an exercise, after defining your to-do list, break up more time-consuming tasks with shorter, easier tasks. That way you won't be overwhelmed by too many tough tasks in a row. You can think of the shorter tasks as a mini reward. And the last tip: actively engage your brain and maintain your focus by taking and using notes. It doesn't matter how you capture the notes. Even if you never refer back to them again, taking notes is extremely helpful. The act of taking notes helps your brain make what's known as a spatial relationship between you and the information you hear, and then maintaining this relationship. As an exercise, first, add to your notes. Supplement the notes you took in class with extra material from the text and handouts. Always have plenty of extra space in your notes for this. Second, define terms heard in class. When you hear unfamiliar words, write them in your notes as best as you can. Then look them up later on, getting the correct spelling and definition in your notes. And the last exercise: summarize your notes at the end of each topic or chapter. When you understand what causes your brain to focus on something, it's easier to train your brain to focus better and ignore distractions. The no one-size-fits-all method works because everyone deals with or even notices distractions differently. But once you are focused, the last thing you want to do is let that feeling get away. Maintaining focus can help you accomplish almost anything, from studying for a test to finishing your work an hour early. Staying focused can help improve your professional life, help you listen to people better, and also help you come up with a solution to problems at a quicker speed. Here is the action step for you. Please access our discussion section and let us know if these tips have helped you maintain your focus. Better than that, if you were to choose 3 tips, what would you choose? Please share it with us. Thank you very much. Alright, once you have learned how to increase and maintain your focus, during this lesson, you are going to learn how to improve your motivation for learning. Motivation is a key component of your concentration. If you're an achiever, if you are results-oriented, you know that your motivation is essential in this way. Anything you might want to achieve in your professional or personal life demands a high level of motivation and focus. In order to develop a skill or to achieve the goals you set up for yourself as swiftly as possible, with the least amount of effort, and also to experience joy in this process, you need motivation and the right focus that comes with the motivation. The concentration level directly depends on how much you are interested and motivated for the respective topic. how you perceive it. Develop how you can increase your motivation in the topic so you can better concentrate and improve your learning skills. But can motivation be built? Studies that draw from psychology and neuroscience suggest that there are at least a few things that you can do to boost your motivation, whether that's putting yourself in a certain frame of mind or finding a quick way to boost your mind and body. If you find yourself struggling with motivation, here are 10 ways to boost it. First way, force yourself to start, and the motivation will come afterwards. Many people tend to wait for the right moment when they feel inspired and/or motivated to start their work. But the reality is they may never feel inspired to do the work that needs to be done. The most successful people don't wait around until they are in the right mood. They just get started, and what they notice is after a while they realize, wow, what I have done so far is pretty good. And this results in them feeling motivated and wanting to take more action. As an exercise for you, start doing something small, such as writing one sentence, thinking to your goals, designing the big steps of a project, getting the book out of your bag, etc. It won't take long before you are on a roll and deeply immersed in your project. Second way, do the toughest task first. This will ease a lot of your day-to-day worries and boost your self-confidence for the rest of the day. Third way, use reward as self-motivator. Focus on what you have learned and see what you can draw from that. Give yourself more encouraging words. Use as well small incentives in between tasks to motivate you. Fourth, share your progress. A small sense of accomplishment pushes you for more. Maybe your mom or your dad or your sister. They may become the source of interesting conversations that may motivate you. Fifth, tell yourself why studying is important. This is different for each person. Maybe you really care about the subject material. Maybe your parents promised you a reward and you want to win it. Whatever it is, remind yourself of why you are working hard and tell yourself it's worth it. Often we lack motivation when we can't see the point in what we are doing. Before you engage in your work, ask yourself, why am I doing this? Where am I heading? And where do I want to be in 3 years' time? Answering these questions can help you gain clarity, focus your energy, and propel you into action. Now, for you, take your time and answer to these 3 questions. Why am I doing this? Where am I heading? And where do I want to be in 3 years' time? If you want to, you can share your insights with us in the discussions section. Sixth, make a personal connection. Rewrite your lecture notes or concepts in your own words, and in this way, you are taking a giant leap toward contextually understanding the study material. Think of your rewrites as a summarization technique and as an excellent way to check for understanding. Each time when you completely understand a topic, you become more motivated. Seventh, change the study strategy after a few hours and allow yourself to take a short break. This will refresh your routine and decrease the chances of becoming bored. For example, if you haven't done it before, read a chapter out loud to yourself or ask yourself a question on the paragraph you are reading. Change the usual study location and plan a revision session in an open air. Have a deserved study break to do some exercises or just to relax and change the place. Eighth, imagine the end result. If you are really struggling with a project, you can start imagining the end result and how you will feel once you accomplish it. Athletes use this strategy frequently to help them stay focused on their goals and to keep motivated. My advice for you is to put a picture of the end result up on your wall. This will be a great way to keep motivated when dealing with obstacles and setbacks. Ninth, ask yourself meaningful questions. For example, what am I happy about in my life right now? Or what am I excited about in my life right now? It's important that you really feel how it makes you feel. When I think about the last part about what makes me happy right now, I really feel it. These questions, especially in the morning, are great because the way they are set up makes you recognize things you take for granted, and they really get you to feel those positive feelings. And the last way to boost your motivation for learning: compare yourself with yourself and remember your successes. Focus on you, on your results, and how you can improve them. Reviewing your results is important so you see where you have gone wrong in the past to avoid similar missteps further on. But it's also important because it's a great motivator to see how much you have improved and how far you have come. Often, you can be pleasantly surprised when you do such a review. Remember your successes and let them flow through your mind instead of your failures. Write down your successes. Consider using a journal of some kind, since it's easy to forget your successes. Alright, that was with this lesson. In the end, I have 2 questions for you, and please answer them in our discussions section. First, what tricks and tips have you discovered to increase your motivation or give yourself a big boost in energy? Have you discovered if any of those offered previously work particularly well for you? I'd love to hear from you in the comments. In the end, we hope you are going to use these tips to improve your study and work efficiency. If you have any interesting suggestions, let us know in the discussions section. Thank you very much. How to improve your reading comprehension and retention using concentration. No matter your age, throughout your life you will be learning. You may attend an university, you may enhance your knowledge via business workshops, lectures, books, e-courses, and whatever else shows up in our information society. So wouldn't it be helpful to have a good reading comprehension and retention to increase your ability to learn? Retention of what you are learning can help your career, your parenting skills, your business, your relationships, your hobbies, and so much more. So it makes sense to acquire reading comprehension and retention sooner than later. These skills are useful for all the great information you want to take in. Do you find your mind wandering while you are reading and then not remembering what you have read? I, by example, do. And this is why we came up with this: 5 techniques to raise your comprehension and retention. We have selected the techniques that are expected to be relatively easy to use and hence could be adopted by many students. The first strategy. In order to improve your level of comprehension when reading a book, imagine that the author has wrote it to tell you a story, inform you on a topic, tell you their opinion in a certain manner, etc. Exercise. If you are reading on a topic that's new to you, make your comments what you concluded from the paragraphs. Your comments don't have to be on each paragraph you read. Just try to feel that you have to respond to what's being said. Since this is taking the form of a written conversation, try to get a pencil when reading, and when the writer so-called pauses in paragraphs or page breaks, write a few words of commentary on what you just read. Could be yes, no's, or more detailed comments, your feelings, what you predict, what you want to know more about, what you are curious about. Second strategy: paragraph shrinking. After you read a paragraph or a reasonably sized coherent section, summarize the main point audibly. If you can't, then reread. As an exercise, choose a book that you like or the book you are currently reading and do this. Summarize the main point audibly. Let us know in the discussion section how easy it was for you to do this. Third, prediction. More relevant to non-expository reading. When you finish a page, try to predict what will happen next. Keep the same book and continue reading. Pause and continue your exercises predicting what will happen next. Fourth, recall practice. After you finish reading, practice recalling the content by outlining what you just read. Include important details. Once you have exhausted your memory, go back and fill in the outline with things you have omitted. These strategies typically take time. In essence, you are helping your brain associate reading behavior with memory. Recall practice has the most scientific evidence. If you practice recalling regularly and monitor the quantity and quality of recall, you will notice improvements. Also, book clubs or reading partners naturally help because recall practice typically occurs. As an exercise, think to the last book you read and make a summary, underlining the most important ideas, book characters, what did you like and what did you learn. And the last tip to improve your comprehension and retention using concentration. Look for identifying the main point, evidence, and conclusion. The main point is not the summary. It's simply what the author is trying to convince you is true. This will most closely resemble an opinion rather than background info or undeniable facts. It can be at the beginning, middle, or end. Depending upon the type of topic, the main point will take different forms. If the passage is about a problem, the main point is the solution. If it's a mystery, cause and effect, the main point should be the explanation the author advocates. If it's a person the author likes or dislikes, the main point is that the person is great or not great. Evidence will be reasons for opinion. If it's about a study or an experiment, the main point is that the study or experiment is good or bad. As an exercise, think of one of your projects which relates to a topic you are interested in. Identify the main point that made it successful or that prevented the success. Conclude then what you did learn from the respective project. Alright, that was with this lesson. Improve your reading comprehension and retention using concentration. Again, we are here to help you. Thank you very much. Visualize to create a memory palace. In purely psychological terms, memory is a place. It is a place where information of any kind is stored, processed, and retrieved whenever required. Psychologists refer to this place as the human memory palace. This memory palace is actually a hypothetical place used to give you an idea of how memory functions. The palace rooms are the divisions of your memory according to classifications unconsciously made by you. For example, one room meant for one purpose only: office-related memories, office meetings, colleagues, salary details, etc. Another room could be represented by your romantic interest, romantic dinners, partner, love, intimate moments, etc. Memory training is all about imagination. It allows your brain to come up with more ideas and possibilities. The practice of imagination requires you to learn how to create strong visual connections. As a result, you will not only remember better, but you will also become more creative and think outside the box. By training your memory, you actually form the basis of many new skills: communication, time management, learning, planning, etc. Your brain has areas we will call storage spaces for now. Visualizing or sleeping will give your brain some time to put this information into the right storage space within your brain. Scientists have studied just how important visualizing is so that you are able to consolidate information into your long-term memory. The more we allow our brains to visualize, the more our brains will be able to hold onto and remember things. We should start looking at visualization as a form of concentration. By visualizing, you become an adaptive, innovative thinker. As you develop your ability to visualize and you avoid logical pitfalls, you will see how to use creative problem-solving strategies both in business and in your private life. Now, how to create highly imaginative visual stories to connect with what is to be remembered. Remembering made-up stories engage our brain in many more ways than traditional memorization. Words are processed on one side of the brain, images on the other. Creating images from those words is incredibly strong. Think, by example, how a movie visually engages us. We see body language, environments, we feel emotion, we experience being in the moment. We are one with the movie. Reading a text is different. There needs to be an encoding process that transforms the text into images for us to truly understand. We need to create the experience. It is the use of imagination that will give you a better mind and memory to learn faster and better. Here are some exercises and steps of action. Take time out of every day to focus on something other than your work. Take a visualization session to help improve your memory. This will give your mind the time to consolidate and file the memories that you are giving it. Be aware that visualization is a skill. If you are still having trouble doing this, you may want to develop your visualization skills first. The more relaxed you are, the easier it will be and the more effective your memorization will be. How to use a branch of the method of loci to store information in your memory as efficiently as possible for short and/or long periods of time. The method of loci is also commonly called the mental walk. In basic terms, it is a method of memory enhancement which uses visualization to organize and recall information. Many memory contest champions claim to use this technique in order to recall faces, digits, and lists of words. This whole memory palace technique is based on the fact that we are extremely good at remembering places we know. How to build a memory palace? First, define a palace. Select a place you want to use as a memory palace. This place should be something that can be clear in your mind. When selecting the place, I suggest to use a place that you already know, like your home, your city, or your office. It is entirely up to you to choose your memory palace and map it out well in your mind. Second, define a route. In the place you decided, define a set of locations, one after the other, creating a route. Each one of those locations will be the anchor points where you will be able to memorize an item. If it is your first time, create a simple route with just a few number of points. In the house version, every room is home to a specific item you want to remember. Really visualize the place you choose. Take the route, walk through the house, and your palace will be established. And the third tip, memorize the route. You have to have clear in your mind the route you must follow when using the palace. For this purpose, memorize the route. Repeat it several times until you know it by heart. Here are some exercises. The first one, think of a list of what you want to remember, a shopping list or your agenda for the week ahead. Second, start visualizing the first place of your palace. Visualize clearly the location. Soon, your memory will show you the whole image you put on that location. It is important to make your images as animated and bizarre as possible. Third, visualize the first item of the list at the first place of the palace. In order to remember easily, you must create vivid visualizations. From the image you get, retrieve the data you memorized at that point. Repeat point 2 with the second location of the palace and the second item of the list. Fourth, keep doing it until all the items of the list have been memorized. And the last part, if you want to remember the items for a long time, repeat the whole process the next day and once again the next week. Second exercise, and this one is on your own. Generate a list of 20 cities you would like to visit. Use the memory palace to memorize them. Next exercise, go to the cinema and watch a movie you like. Use the memory palace to memorize all the names of the people in order of appearance. And last exercise, generate a list of 15 books you would like to read. Use the memory palace to memorize them. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to hear from you how this method works. Give it a try. Take it as an exercise. If you don't want to, don't make it a habit. It's just like fitness. If you want to train your focus and concentration, this method works. Just give it a try. Thank you very much. Alright, Module 3 of our course. Discover the power habits of discipline. We will cover many topics that will help you better increase your concentration skills. We will start with the first one. How highly focused people remove all distractions around them. Whether it is email alerts, social media pop-up notifications, or people casually stopping by during work hours, highly focused people stop distractions before they can steal their productive time. And once you apply the strategies presented inside this topic, you will join them. The second topic, how to maintain your New Year's resolutions and control your behavior. Developing self-discipline takes time, and the key here is to be aware of your undisciplined behavior. You may catch yourself being in the act of being undisciplined, for example, avoiding the gym, eating a piece of cake, or checking your Facebook constantly. But be persistent in your endeavor. You will find out the major key disciplines that best entrepreneurs and successful people follow in order to achieve their goals. Next topic, the fastest ways to increase your happiness and decrease your stress. One of my goals is to help you as well creating the habits you desire. I do know we all can do this, and I already experienced the benefits of these good habits. Next topic, 9 proven methods for gaining control over your life. Optimize the good habits and your discipline, and you can achieve any of your ambitions, any goal. Furthermore, these 2 precious attributes will ensure the smooth flow of your life. And the final topic covered. Why does focus matter for all achievers? Most people, when trying to focus on a task, they will find their mind wandering. Despite all best intentions, they just cannot concentrate. We have all been in this familiar and frustrating situation, and it's something that can really undermine your performance. But if you are able to really focus on what you want, you can make it happen. This lesson includes many drills, and please do them as instructed. Also, if you have any questions, we are here to help you. So, let's start this module. Eliminate distractions and minimize multitasking. Highly focused people remove all distractions that hinder them from getting quality work done. Whether it is email alerts, social media pop-up notifications, or people casually stopping by during work hours. Highly focused people stop distractions before they can steal their productive time. They know that distractions break concentration, cause stress, and derail them from completing tasks and achieving their goals. Our world has become a constant feed of information and entertainment. Each message enters our mind with one goal: to gain control of our attention and resources. I'm particularly trying to slow down myself with all this information overload. And in a world of constant distraction, the need for focus becomes even more significant. If you want to be an achiever, you need to seek continuously to remove the distractions that keep you from achieving it. There is not enough time to accomplish everything. As a first exercise, develop a clear picture of your greatest possible accomplishments. Make your decisions based on that framework. Direct your resources, time, energy, and finances toward your greatest possible accomplishments. Distractions, by their definition, cause harm by stealing your resources. They negatively impact your potential to achieve the most desired accomplishments outlined previously. But unfortunately, far too often, they go unnoticed. Our lives go unevaluated. We often step away from the true significance in our lives. As a result, our greatest goals often go unmet. The second exercise: identify where much of your free time is going already and what distractions are eating away of your schedule. This includes excessive socializing, channel surfing, social media, and any other time wasters. Third exercise: define specific steps to remove distraction and gain greater focus in your life. We believe in best practices, therefore we kindly ask you to share them as well with us in the discussions section. What distracts me may be an essential piece of your life's purpose, and vice versa. While the specific solutions might vary, the importance of finding one does not. Our world is filled with constant distractions, and those who achieve the greatest significance in life learn to manage them effectively. Highly focused people don't multitask. They focus on one thing at a time to boost attentiveness and productivity. Many people think that multitasking is a great way to accomplish goals more quickly and to get 2 or 3 things done at once. But multitasking is actually harmful to your concentration. When you multitask, you may think you are getting more done, but you are not putting all your focus and energy into any one task, which actually harms your concentration. Studies have shown that the human brain can handle 2 complicated tasks without too much trouble because it has 2 lobes that can divide responsibility equally between the 2. However, adding a third task can overwhelm the frontal cortex and increase the number of mistakes you make. Next exercise: work on getting just one thing done at a time, and you will see that you get this done more quickly. Next exercise: chatting with your friends online while getting work done is one of the worst forms of multitasking. Chatting with a friend can slow your productivity down by half. Avoid this progressively. Start with avoiding this 1 hour, then increase to 2 hours of avoiding chatting, then the entire day while getting work done. It's easy to get distracted in life. You have things that pull you in multiple distractions, but distractions lessen the likelihood of achieving your goals. You need to reduce the distractions in your life so that you remain focused. By removing the distractions, you have more free time to pursue your goals rather than focusing on the things that don't matter as much. Milestones are helpful markers that help increasing your focus on your goals and eliminating distractions. Exercise: simply take your long-term goal of 1 or more years and break that goal up into milestones. Create monthly and weekly milestones that will help you stay on track and eliminate distractions. Milestones help you see the short-term results that will lead you to your long-term outcomes. The small achievements will keep you focused for the bigger picture achievements. Time management is a good strategy that anyone can use to eliminate distractions while also utilizing the one resource that we all have in common: time. Exercise: think, how do you use your time? Do you spend it the right way, ensuring that you are allocating a good amount of time towards achieving your goals? Or are you losing your precious time with distractions that away you from your goals? Be open and honest with yourself while implementing a system that works for you. In the end, remember this: the effectiveness and productivity of work and study time is only as good as your ability to focus and concentrate while studying. Decreasing any internal or external distractions and limiting your multitasking can help make your work and study time effective and productive. Thank you very much for being with us, and I strongly suggest you rewatch this video lesson and pay close attention to the exercises we provided. Thank you very much. Are you trying to work on your goals, but moods, appetites, and passions are powerful forces that go against? If your answer is yes, then this lesson is for you. Self-discipline is often extremely difficult. If you struggle with self-discipline, the good news is that it can be developed. Self-discipline is important in any endeavor of life. It's best defined as the ability to regulate one's conduct by principle and sound judgment, rather than by impulse, desire, or social custom. People who have the ability to concentrate, focus on their goals, and consistently stay with their priorities and self-disciplined tend to succeed. Developing self-discipline takes time, and the key here is to be aware of your undisciplined behavior. You may catch yourself being in the act of being undisciplined. For example, avoiding the gym, eating a piece of cake, or checking your Facebook constantly. In time, rather than catching yourself in the act of being undisciplined, you'll have awareness before you act in this way. This gives you the opportunity to make a decision that is in better alignment with your goals and values. Learning self-discipline is the little thing of life which prepares the way for big successes. Self-discipline involves acting according to what you think instead of how you feel in the present moment. Often it involves sacrificing the pleasure of the excitement of the moment for what matters most in life. Personally, I still work on my own self-discipline, and I find myself lacking the ability to do a number of things which I would like. For example, to dance better, to improve my diction, my voice inflections, etc. But I know I can improve only with self-discipline. This is why, in those moments when I'm lazy and would just love to be curled up in bed, I subordinate the desire to my inner sense of purpose. Yes, self-discipline involves acting according to what you think instead of how you feel in the moment. My advice for you is to strengthen your self-discipline the way you strengthen a muscle. Self-discipline is like a muscle. The more you train it, the stronger you become. The less you train it, the weaker you become. Just as everyone has a different muscular strength, we all possess different levels of self-discipline. Everyone has some, but not everyone has developed their discipline to the same degree. Just as it takes muscle to build muscle, it takes self-discipline to build self-discipline. The way to build self-discipline is analogous to using progressive weight training to build muscle. This means lifting weights that are close to your limit. Similarly, the basic method to building self-discipline is to tackle challenges that you can successfully accomplish but which are near your limit. This doesn't mean trying something as failing at it every day, nor does it mean staying within your comfort zone. You'll gain no strength trying to lift a weight that you cannot budge, nor will you gain strength lifting weights that are too light for you. Here are some quick exercises. First, define what weights or challenges are within your current ability to lift but which are near your limit. Progressive training means that once you succeed, you increase the challenge. If you keep working out with the same weights, you won't get any stronger. Similarly, if you fail to challenge yourself in life, you won't gain any more self-discipline. Just as most people have very weak muscles compared to how strong they could become with training, most people are very weak in their level of discipline. It's a mistake to try to push yourself too hard when trying to build self-discipline. If you try to transform your entire life overnight by setting dozens of new goals for yourself and expecting yourself to follow through consistently starting the very next day, you're almost certain to fail. There's no shame in starting where you are. Similarly, if you are very undisciplined right now, you can still use what little discipline you have to build more. The more disciplined you become, the easier life gets. Challenges that were once impossible for you will eventually seem like child's play. As you get stronger, the same weights will seem lighter and lighter. The second exercise. I'm sure you try at least once to work a solid 8-hour day without succumbing to distractions, as you know it will make a real difference in achieving your goals. Perhaps you tried to work a solid 8-hour day without succumbing to distractions, and you can only do it a few times. The next days, you fail. That's okay. Cut back a bit. What duration would allow you to successfully do a whole week? Could you work with concentration for 1 hour a day, 5 days in a row? If you can't do that, cut back to 30 minutes or whatever you can do. Start small, start solid. If you succeed, Or if you feel that would be too easy, then increase the challenge. And the third exercise. Once you have mastered a week at any one level, increase the time the next week and continue with this progressive training until you have reached your goal. By raising the bar just a little each week, you stay within your capabilities and grow stronger over time. Self-discipline reflects your personal commitment and sense of duty. Self-discipline is one of the most important qualities that can contribute to a person's achievements, happiness, and long-term success in all aspects of life. Thank you very much, and see you in the next lesson. A while ago, I read this quote from Confucius: "Man's nature are alike. It is their habits that separate them." And I started thinking to my own habits. I remembered myself able to get started on a task, but not always able to maintain the momentum, to see it through to the end. I remembered how I improved my ability to focus on a single task, visualizing a positive outcome and using certain forms of meditation. When I remembered this, I also realized that what I have actually done was to create a habit that has changed my life. Now I am able to clear away distractions when I set my mind to it and do one thing, and that changes everything. My happiness increases, stress goes down, and my work improves. This is why one of our goals in this course is to help you create the habits you desire. I do know we all can do this, and I already experienced the benefits of these good habits. I have two questions for you before moving on. If you could just pick one or two habits to create in the next few months, habits that will have the most impact in your life, what would they be? Please share them with us in our discussions section. And second question, which are those things that you can do right now, today, to move you closer to your long-term goals? These are the important but not urgent tasks. Please share them with us. Now, here are the strategies on how to create good habits. First, in order to be effective, you must be proactive. Do not leave external forces to act as stimuli that you respond to. You have the freedom to choose. Instead of reacting to or worrying about conditions over which you have little or no control, focus your time and energy on things you can control. Work on these things you can do something about: health, children, problems at work, etc. Second strategy, begin with the end in mind. In everything you do, you should begin with the end in mind. Start with a clear destination. That way, you can make sure the steps you are taking are in the right direction. Use your imagination to develop a vision of what you want to become, and use your conscience to decide what values will guide you. It reaffirms who you are, puts your goals in focus, and moves your ideas into the real world. Try to visualize your most important goal or dream. Visualize how you will feel when achieving it. Let us know how do you plan to walk in the right direction and what values will guide you. First strategy, figure out what actions you need to take to get the results you want, how you need to behave. Then condition yourself to take those actions. Make sure your behavior will give you the results you want. If you find you aren't behaving in the manner that's congruent with your goals, then take control of the situation and substitute the correct behavior for the incorrect one. This focuses you on what you want to be and do. It is your plan for success. It reaffirms who you are, puts your goals in focus, and moves your ideas into the real world. Look back on your behavior over the past month. Have your results been congruent with your actions? Do you see incongruencies between the results you want and your current habits of behavior? What changes would you like to make? Fourth strategy, eliminate the non-essential. First, identify the essential, the things in your life that are most important to you, that you love the most. Then eliminate everything else. This simplifies things and leaves you with the space to focus on the essential. This process works with anything, with your life in general, with work projects and tasks, with emails and our communication. As an exercise, list all of your tasks on a paper, then define your essential ones. For the next 30 days, concentrate on your essential tasks, eliminating the non-essential. Fifth strategy: make the habit every day. A common mistake people make is believing that performing a behavior 3 times a week is easier than doing it every day. For example, people going to the gym. Many prefer to go 3 times a week and spend 1 hour. This approach is not the best. You may be able to find the time, but not the energy. Going to the gym when it isn't a habit requires willpower. After a busy day, you probably don't have a lot of spare willpower. Focusing on a daily habit instead of 3 times a week. It is better because the conditioning is stronger and the habit becomes automatically faster. Since every day you exercise, it quickly becomes an automatic part of your routine. Here is an exercise. Do a 30-day challenge focusing on one habit, but do this daily. Let us know the output and the results you could see at the end of these 30 days. Sixth strategy: write every idea for good habits down on paper. Try to think of 3 good habits a day. Whether it's about relationships, manners, health, creativity, lifestyle, or any other topic. The best way to get some ideas for habits is to continually come up with new ones. Do this for 14 days and then share your best ideas with us as well in the discussion section or via the Udemy messaging system. Seventh, say no when necessary and then focus on your highest priorities. This is all about life management, your purpose, values, roles, and priorities. What are first things? First things are those things you personally find the most worth. If you put first things first, you are organizing and managing time and events according to your personal priorities. Eighth, focus on execution. Often people spend the most time working on building their skill set and researching solutions or possibilities. While it's wise to craft and execute a strategy for any given type of important vision or outcome you want to achieve, ambitious people put the main emphasis on pulling the trigger. Simplify and focus on what's important. This is a significant ingredient to build the life you want. In the end of this lesson on creating the habits you desire, the daily routine, I want to introduce you to the concept of daily routine. It's so simple, but creating a daily routine for yourself can make a big difference in your life. Develop a routine for when you awake, for when you start working, for when you finish your workday, and for the end of your evening. List on a paper how will you change your life, how will you get a great start to your day, and finish your day by preparing for the next day. It will help you firmly root the productive habits you want to form in your everyday life. It will help you focus on what is important, not just what comes up. It will help you make sure you get done all the things you really want to get done every day. Successful people are where they are today as a result of their habits. Your habits determine fully 95% of your behavior. Everything that you are or that you will ever accomplish will be determined by the quality of the habits that you form. By creating good habits and becoming goal-oriented, you can become successful and live a prosperous life. In the next lesson, we are going to talk about how to practice these habits once you know how to create them. Thank you very much, and see you there. We all want to succeed. One path to success is practicing and developing the habits that can help us on our journey. Even individuals who have achieved a high degree of outward success find themselves still struggling with an inner need for developing personal effectiveness through good habits. Many people make a commitment every January to start exercising, and by February, many of them have already given up. That is because sustaining good behaviors normally takes a lot of effort. The problem is that we get very comfortable in doing things the same way each and every day. We usually stick to a daily routine without having to think about it or taxing ourselves too much on what we are doing. Today, you can take complete control over the shaping of your character and personality, and everything that happens to you in the future by making the decision right now to sustain and develop the habits that will lead you to great success. And when you develop the same good habits possessed by other successful people, you must and will enjoy the success as well. A nice quote of Aristotle says, "We are what we repeatedly do." Excellence then is not an act, but a habit. These words remind us that success doesn't come overnight. On the contrary, your motivation, habit building, and discipline will get you from point A to the point B. Here are 8 techniques that will help you sustaining the correct habits. First, set a conditioning period. Set a default conditioning period for 30 days. During those 30 days, your goal is simple. This is the period of complete focus. What many people fail to realize is that getting results is much easier once you have a sustained habit. Being fit is easy if you show up to the gym every day. Being a skilled writer is easier if you are already writing each day. Habits precede success. My suggestion is to focus on one task. Choose one of your most important tasks, and you'll be able to give that task all your energy, ensuring that you do the best job that you can do. Do this for 30 days and let us know the outcome in the discussions section. The second technique that will help you sustaining the correct habits. Surround yourself with other successful people. Apply the power of proximity by networking with clusters of successful people. Make sure you do have people smarter than you in your close circles, people more successful in fields you are interested in. As Jim Rohn said, you are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. What will help you a lot is to learn from mentors and to find role models. The third technique that will help you sustaining the correct habits. Make it easier to practice and sustain the new habit using your imagination. Just imagine your best behaviors over and over. Keep repeating that in your mind so you build new pathways. Focus your mind and retrain your brain. Visualization and affirmations are great for integrating the new habit into your routine. While visualization is a powerful motivational tool and energizer, affirmations program your subconscious with the right mindset for establishing a new habit. Together, they allow you to feel and imagine yourself carrying out the correct behaviors, making it easier to adopt the new habit. On a daily basis, please make a conscious effort to visualize who you are and what you want in life. Do this and remember that you do not want to empower other people and circumstances to shape you and your life by default. Begin each day, task, or project with a clear vision of your desired direction and destination, and then continue by flexing your proactive muscles to make things happen. After 1 month, let us know how this goes. Did you already start noticing results? The fourth technique that will help you sustaining the correct habits. Devote the time to renewing yourself physically, spiritually, mentally, and socially in order to be effective. Continuous renewal allows us to increase our ability to practice each habit. Start having a balanced program for self-renewal in the 4 areas of your life: physical, social, emotional, mental, and spiritual. Here are some example activities. Physical: beneficial eating, exercising, and resting. The goal of continuous physical improvement is to exercise our body in a way that will enhance our capacity to work, adapt, and enjoy. Social, emotional. Making social and meaningful connections with others. The goal of renewing ourselves socially is to develop meaningful relationships. To renew ourselves emotionally, we can seek to deeply understand other people, make contributions to meaningful projects that improve the lives of others, seek to help others find success. Mental. Learning, reading, writing, and teaching. The goal of renewing our mental health is to continue expanding our mind. And finally, spiritual. Spending time in nature, expanding spiritual self through meditation, music, art, prayer, or service. The goal of renewing our spiritual self is to provide leadership to our life and reinforce your commitment to your value system. Revise and commit yourself to your values so you can benefit with the end in mind. As an exercise, make a list of activities that would help you renew yourself along each of the 4 dimensions: physical, social, emotional, mental, and spiritual. Select one activity for each dimension and list it as a goal for the coming week. At the end of the week, evaluate your performance. What led you to success or fail to accomplish each goal? Commit to writing down a specific activity in all 4 dimensions every week to do them and to evaluate your performance and results. The 5 tactic. See life as a cooperative arena, not a competitive one. Choose win-win as a frame of mind and heart, and constantly seek mutual benefit in all human interactions. What does win-win bring you? It brings agreements and solutions which are mutually beneficial and satisfying. If you approach life from this perspective, you can soon develop your virtues to the stage of habits. By example, you can develop your maturity, expressing your ideas and feelings with courage and consideration for the ideas and feelings of others. Think to yourself, what other habit can you develop by approaching win-win as a frame of mind and heart? Think about it. To go for win-win, you not only have to be emphatic, but you also have to be confident. You not only have to be considerate and sensitive, you also have to be brave. To achieve that balance between courage and consideration is the essence of real maturity and is fundamental to win-win. Next strategy. Take some time to understand exactly what is holding you back. Doing this, you will exercise easier. You might not be able to fix everything which is holding you back, but figuring out how to work around 1 or 2 of those hurdles might provide the push you need to get over the hump and stick with your goals and habits. The people who stick with good habits understand exactly what is holding them back. Instead of making a blanket statement about your habits, break them down into smaller pieces and think about which areas are preventing you from becoming consistent. Once you know the specific parts of the process that hold you back, you can begin to develop a solution to solve that problem. As an exercise, think what is holding you back from going to the gym, from eating healthy food, and develop a solution to solve that problem. Write it out on paper, along with your motivations, obstacles, and strategies for overcoming them. If you want to, you can even share your strategy with us as well. Next strategy. Reflect on your habits. As you progress with your new habit, reflect on how it is working for you. If you are struggling to stick to it, think about why this is. Were you too ambitious? If so, consider setting a more manageable short-term goal to remotivate yourself. Or if your new habit isn't delivering the change that you expected, reflect on what has gone wrong. You may need to tweak your habits to make sure that it's delivering real change. Think to a good habit that you wanted to maintain, but you couldn't manage. Figure out what went wrong, plan for it, and try again. And finally, get support. It can be hard to stick to a new habit when you are on your own. So share your goals with colleagues or friends and ask them to support you. For example, you could ask them to call you, check on your progress. Share one important goal with a friend, then meet him each week to measure progress. You can support one another and maintain that progress. In the end, remember, the wonderful benefit of developing good habits is that after doing them repeatedly, they soon become automatic. Anything you do for a long while and consistently enough eventually becomes a habit, and once it does, you no longer have to put much effort into it. Such is the beauty of developing good habits. Habits are powerful factors in our lives. Because they are consistent, often unconscious patterns, they constantly, daily express our character and produce our effectiveness or ineffectiveness. To get the full out of this course, I suggest you rewatch this lesson at least twice. Thank you very much, and see you in the next lesson. Optimizing the habits and discipline in your life. Good habits and self-discipline are between the most important and useful attributes everyone should possess. They are essential in every area of your life, and though most people acknowledge its importance, very few do something to strengthen it. Optimize the good habits and your discipline, and you can achieve any of your ambitions, any goal. Furthermore, these two precious attributes will ensure the smooth flow of your life. Most people acknowledge the importance and benefits of good habits and self-discipline, but very few take real steps to develop and strengthen it. However, it is very easy to strengthen them using your ambition, perseverance, and many exercises, like any other skill in fact. The more you practice anything, the easier it gets. Your brain learns whether you are trying to teach it or not. The more often you choose the right thing, the easier it will be to do next time. Test out these 9 proven methods for gaining better control and optimizing the habits and discipline in your life. First, be result-oriented. An important habit people intensely develop is result orientation. Result orientation is made up of 2 practices. The first one is the practice of perseverance, so that you become better at what you do. The second practice is that of time management, which means setting very clear priorities on what you do and then concentrating single-mindedly on the most valuable use of your time. Second, put first things first. Don't let your day controlled by tasks that are urgent but not necessarily important. The habit of putting first things first is about organizing and executing your life around your deepest priorities. Third, mark your progress and review your day. On a calendar in your bathroom or a spreadsheet at your computer, on your breakfast table, mark days you successfully met your tasks, your goals. Visualizing is ready reinforcement of progress. This is a great way to hold yourself accountable for taking action throughout the day. Review where are you. Did you get closer to achieving your goals? Did you finish your to-do list? If not, why not? What will you do next day to get closer to achieving your goals? Fourth, review, or even better, rewrite your goals. Start the day by reviewing or rewriting your goals, and you can have better awareness of them throughout the day. Better awareness will help you focusing and getting closer to the results you want. Next, write a to-do list. Write out a list in your diary of the important tasks you need to do that day. As they are completed, put a line through them. So simple and yet so effective. It gives your mind clarity and it assures you that you are organized and on the right path. Sixth, be action-oriented. A major habit you need to develop is that of action orientation. This is really the most important habit for success. It is your ability to develop and maintain a sense of urgency, a bias for action. You need to overcome procrastination and launch 100% toward the achievement of your most important goals. Combine goal orientation, result orientation, and action orientation, as these are the ingredients that assure a great success. Seventh, daily discipline. That is the key. If you do the same action every day at the same time and repeat it for days and months, maybe years, your brain automates the entire process performing those tasks and optimizes the energy usage to perform those tasks. This is actually a mindset. It is all about saving your energy from routine tasks and then investing them to achieve your actual goals. Choose a constructive way of spending your energy. Discipline allows your brain to automate tasks and work efficiently. Practice, practice, practice. Once your body practices the same thing over and over again, your brain neurons understand the repeatability of the actions and then learn to predict the next action. Our brain trains itself as per the skill needed. It creates new shortcuts and makes the entire process very energy efficient, optimized, and automated. Eighth, value the differences in other person's perspective. Find strengths and utility in the different perspectives in order to create new possibilities and win-win results. When doing this, you sustain and develop habits as openness and creativity. These habits open alternatives and new possibilities. Remember, when two people have the same opinion, one is unnecessary. When we become aware of someone's different perspective, we can say, "Good, you see it differently. Help me see what you see." For me, this helps a lot to look for the good in others, to be open and encourage others to be open as well. This catalyzes creativity and helps finding a solution that will be better for everyone by looking for a third alternative. Here is an exercise for you. Make a list of people who irritate you. Now choose just one person. How are their views different? Now put yourself in their shoes for 1 minute. Think and pretend how it feels to be them. Does this help you understand them better? Now, next time you are in a disagreement with that person, try to understand their concerns. Why they disagree with you? The more you can understand this, the better you can make them agree. Be open to each other's influence, and you can gain new insights. The capability of inventing new approaches is increased exponentially because of differences. Together, you can produce far better results than you could individually. And the last method for gaining better control and optimizing the habits and discipline in your life. Find healthy ways to reward yourself. One of the reasons we develop many bad habits in the first place is because they make us feel good, even if it's just temporarily. The experience of feeling good is meant to calm and reassure you when you are stressed or sad. For example, you might overeat and feel really good while doing it, but then you feel twice as bad afterwards. The same goes for smoking or drinking too much. While you are in the act, you feel relaxed and trouble-free. However, afterwards, you feel remorse and vote to quit soon. So, in order to minimize slipping back into old detrimental habits, reward yourself when you have done well. Treat yourself with a new book, a movie, a concert, a good meal in a lovely restaurant, or anything else that pleasures you. Good habits and discipline play a key role and lead you to the success. Discipline gives you the power to stick to your decisions and follow them through without changing your mind, and is therefore one of the most important requirements for achieving goals. The possession of these two attributes enables you to persevere with your decisions and plans until you accomplish them. Use focus to lead your life as an achiever. Achievers believe that initiative, effort, and persistence are key determinants of success. They associate effort on pursuing their goals with dedication, focus, commitment, and involvement. Why does focus matter for all achievers? Focus brings traction and momentum on your business or side project. Focus brings clarity on where to concentrate your time and energy when you have more ideas than time. Being focused, you manage to do what is important and satisfying. Otherwise, you will get lost through your day-to-day responsibilities. Only focus prevents you from checking social media or email far more often than you want to. As well, it prevents you from getting into that point when your awesome project is collecting dust. But most of the people, when trying to focus on a task, will find their mind wandering. Despite all best intentions, they just cannot concentrate. We have all been in this familiar, frustrating situation, and it's something that can really undermine your performance. But if you are able to really focus on what you want, you can make it happen. As an exercise, take a pen and list all your accomplishments in the previous year, professional and personal. List all of them. Ready? Are they written? Now take your time and think what was the most important common ingredient that could lead to your achievements. For us, it's our focus. What it is for you. If you want to, you can open a discussion and share that key element with us. You know, everything you achieve requires focus. Focus is instrumental in successfully achieving any goal, in creating anything. Think of focus as being your powerful weapon if you increase its intensity. The stronger you focus, the longer you can hold that focus, and the better the results you will see. As an exercise, what is the most important thing for you today? What do you want to achieve more right now than anything else? Find what you want most right now and focus on it. Think about it constantly and keep it on your mind constantly. If you do this, it will become ingrained in your mind to always be moving towards it. Always be doing something to progress towards that goal that you are focusing on. Every individual has a limited amount of time in their day. Since that is always the case, it should be expected that if you want to excel at any particular thing or in any particular niche, you need to have a narrow focus. Having a narrow focus allows you to achieve as much as possible in the shortest amount of time. This same principle applies to how you spend your energy. Everyone has a certain amount of energy available on a daily basis. You can take that energy and apply it to a ton of different things and have a moderate effect, or you can focus all of your energy on a limited number of important things that have a great impact. Focus on what you are good at and start with what you can deliver today. See yourself doing it to mentally prepare yourself. Imagine the outcome. Think how you can get better every day. Define your tactics and share them with us. You need to see how you need to get there. Next exercise. Review which strategies worked in gaining and maintaining your focus. Review what worked and what didn't, so you can improve the next time. As you think back, notice what you are doing and around the times when you got distracted. Tell to yourself, I need a better strategy at this moment. To find that strategy, notice what you did on the days when you felt focused and do that when you start to feel distracted. If you continue to learn and practice, you will improve. If you are an entrepreneur, you will end up with a lot of stuff on your plate. With so much information out there, it's easy to be overwhelmed with the many tasks that need to be done in order to have a thriving business. Once you do finally find the tactics you are going to focus on, set a 3 to 6 month goal and break the action steps down to daily tasks. Every night before you go to bed, grab a piece of paper or notepad and write down the 5 things you need to do for the next day in order to move your business forward. Make sure you complete these 5 tasks before you check your emails, Facebook, Twitter, or any of that distracting stuff. Business professionals can use this same idea to stay wholly focused on achieving their goals. By harnessing focus, you can accomplish truly impressive results in the business world. The main reason people struggle professionally and personally is simply a lack of focus. This lack of focus can be costly. It makes building a business difficult, can stop you getting what you want, and blocks your true success. But if you practice coaching yourself to focus, then you will. In anything that you are thinking of doing, any projects or endeavors that you have in mind, you can be an achiever if you focus. Focus is the key that unlocks the doors to your dreams. Thank you very much for being with us during this module. I hope you did some of the exercises we suggested. If you have any questions, we are here to help you. After a short summary of this module, let's jump to the next one. Thank you very much. Module 4 of our course, How to Improve Your Brain Power. Do you find it hard to slow down and merely be present? Does your mind tend to wander back towards the past or constantly glance forward towards the future? If the answer is yes to any of these questions, we are going to solve those problems inside this module. You just need to watch these lessons and do the exercises prescribed. The first topic covered is the lifestyle to create a powerful mind. You are going to learn how to avoid being caught up with the negative opinions, attitudes, actions, and thoughts of those around you. Because this, in the end, leads to a negative lifestyle that leaves you unhappy or even more depressed. A key to success in this effort is mental discipline. You are going to learn some powerful strategies for designing the lifestyle that creates a powerful mind. The next topic, the most powerful and higher quality resource to get the results you want. Successful people are drawing upon mind habits as a powerful and higher quality resource to get the results they really want. Inside this lesson, you are going to learn 7 habits of mind and foundational concepts that will serve you for a lifetime. Next topic, how to direct your behavior in a more purposeful way. One of the main reasons for failure in achieving your goals is the lack of alignment of your mind habits with your goals. If they are not aligned, it will either be very difficult for you to obtain the results you want, or it will take much longer than necessary. The next topic, the 5 biggest mistakes made when aligning your mind habits to your goals. Aligning goal setting and mind habits can literally transform your life overnight and bring the success you want. When done properly, this alignment is arguably one of the most powerful ways to take control of your life and achieve things that are meaningful to you. But are there as well mistakes you can do when making this alignment? In this lesson, you are going to find out how to avoid them. Next topic, the most powerful tool used these days to build your powerful brand. In my experience, consistency is the key concept in building your personal image. And it's a must if you want to build and grow your business or to consolidate your personal brand for getting a promotion. We're going to help you with the cutting-edge strategies to build up consistency in your actions. And the last topic covered, how to train your brain to minimize any distractions around you. Can you train your brain to minimize the distractions that you are surrounded and induce that focused state in yourself? Well, using entertainment as a training program for your brain is a great way to teach yourself to break free of distractions, enjoy a good story, and learn what it takes to focus. Alright, with that being said, let's start with the first lesson. See you there. Do you want to be successful when confronted with problems? Do you want to be successful when the solutions are not immediately apparent? Successful people are drawing upon mind habits as a powerful and higher quality resource to get the results they truly want when they are confronted with these 2 previous situations. Before continuing, here is an exercise for you. Define your mind habits that you consider fundamental for long-term success. Mine are the following: self-knowledge, focus, perseverance, flexibility, curiosity. What are yours? Share them with us in the discussion section. And the second exercise, identify your current level of performance for each habit. Document and use this as a tool to guide increased development of each habit over more. Employing habits of mind requires a composite of many skills or past experiences. It means that we value one pattern of thinking over the other, and therefore it implies choice making about which habit should be employed at which time. Here are 12 habits of mind and foundational concepts that will serve you for a lifetime. First habit of mind, communicating effectively. This is divided into 2 parts: producing messages and information, and interacting with others. The first part of effective communication, producing messaging and information. For this one, you need to write and speak clearly. Identify and use the underlying structure of stories, writing them in ways that readers or listeners will find engaging. Use direct and indirect persuasion, using empathy and the art of rhetoric. The second part of communicating effectively, interacting with others. Listen well and be open-minded. Negotiate and mediate, including looking for mutual gains. Use the principles of effective debating, searching for a win-win situation. Identify different styles of interpersonal interaction, and recognize the dynamics of group interactions and the biases that influence them. In order to check the effectiveness, the results of these tactics, you need to test them. You need to go out and test them in real-life situations. Testing is far better than reading them passively from a book or a course. As a practical activity, choose your last gathering with your friends or colleagues and observe your own style of interpersonal interaction. Was it effective? Was it not effective? What could you do to improve it? Also notice the other people, how they interact between themselves. Test and observe. The second mind habit, always having in mind the complete perspective. Consider the whole situation, including relationships, background, and environment, relevant to some happening. The third habit, creativity. Creativity is facilitating discovery and innovation. It helps restructuring ideas and imagining alternatives. Being able to look at the world and identify new patterns or relationships or imagine new ways of doing things is something at which engineers excel. Finding new ways to apply knowledge and experience is essential in engineering design, and it's a key ingredient of it. Choose an important event from your life and use multiple levels of description and multiple perspectives to generate alternative interpretations for this event. Second, make connections between things that were not previously seen as connected. Third, choose one of your most painful problems and identify the constraints that restrict possible solution to this problem. And the fourth practical activity, frame your problems in different ways and evaluate the implications of different ways of framing them. The fourth mind habit, thinking and communicating with clarity and precision. Strive to be clear when speaking and writing. Avoid generalizations and distortions when speaking and writing. Ask feedback from your peers or friends in how you are doing regarding clarity and precision, and think how you can improve. The fifth mind habit, think critically. Distill complex arguments, identify and critique the key elements of an argument. Evaluate statistics and probabilities appropriately. Sixth mind habit, open-mindedness. Have a viewpoint characterized by being receptive and sensitive to divergent views. Think to yourself about a situation when you have been receptive and sensitive to divergent views, and how was this beneficial to you? What were the lessons learned, and how you can use them in future situations? The seventh habit, perseverance. Use your determination to overcome obstacles. Share with us how do you follow through to completion and how do you remain focused. We've provided plenty of exercises in regards to that, and I'm curious to know where you are with them. Did you practice them? Eighth mind habit, taking responsible risks. Be willing to try something new and different. Do consider doing things that are safe and sane, even though new to you. Face fear of making mistakes and don't let this stop you. Identify what would you like to try new and different. What will be the risks and share them in our discussion section. Ninth mind habit, think interdependently. Be willing to work with others and welcome their input and perspective. Be willing to learn from others in reciprocal situations. 10th mind habit, managing impulsivity. Take time to consider options. Think before speaking or acting. Remain calm when stressed or challenged and proceed carefully. 11th mind habit, always act with integrity. Seek the truth through sincere, honest means, even if the results are contrary to one's assumptions and belief. And the last mind habit, flexibility. Always be able to adapt, accommodate or change thoughts, ideas, and behaviors in order to better serve attaining your goals. Knowing your mind habits can help you to monitor when you have moved from productive and helpful aspects to counterproductive thoughts. You can actually train yourself to develop positive mind habits. You have in this lesson all you need for now. My advice before moving on to the next lesson is to rewatch this lesson. Think carefully about 2 or 3 mind habits that you would like to think more about, or even to implement in your future interactions or in your day-to-day life. Again, if you have any questions for us, please ask. We are here to help you. Align your mind habits with your goals. When you succeed, is it about working as hard or harder than someone else, or is it about being the best that you can be? When you failed, did you truly believe in your goals? Was that goal aligned with your beliefs, with your mindset, with your mind habits, with your commitment, and with your efforts? One of the main reasons for failure in achieving your goals is the lack of alignment of your mind habits with your goals. If you are not aligned, it will either be very difficult for you to obtain the results you want, or it will take much longer than necessary. Do you know your greatest strength in attaining your goals? It's your habits. And your greatest weakness? Of course, your habits. Mind habits help you carry through the behaviors effectively over time. Mind habits lead you to reflect on, evaluate, and modify your behaviors and your learnings for future applications. They imply a continuous self-performance improvement. Mind habits bring clarity and intention. The more you follow them, the more it becomes a habit in itself and reinforces the idea that we are able to attain the things we set out to do. Here are some powerful techniques for aligning your mind habits with your goals. First technique. Notice your current mind habits, patterns, and behaviors. List them down and make sure you see that list on a daily basis, for 2 weeks at least. This list will make you recognize your potential and it will inspire you. This is an essential part of goal setting because it helps us understand why things are currently the way they are and what our motivators are for creating a change. The second technique. Be persistent. Your chances of ending up at the right place at the right time go up significantly. And we've talked about persistence a lot in the previous lessons. Achieving each goal requires time and effort. If you can be infinitely patient and eternally persistent, you can attain even the most extraordinary goals. You can dream as big as you like, especially if it helps you stay motivated. But you need to be realistic about your goals if you are serious about their attainment. First you define your goals, and then they define you. The third technique. Be determined and be disciplined. Dedicate time every day to work on your activities that contribute to your goals. To achieve your long-term goal and stay focused on it, you need to work on it regularly. Doing something on a daily basis makes you more disciplined. It makes anything you do on a recurring basis that much easier. You start to associate things with what you are doing daily, and it helps you get more done. As an exercise, determine which mind habits are leading you toward your goals, where you want to go in life, and which are leading you away. Then dedicate time every day to work on those habits which are leading you toward your goals. After at least 1 month, share them with us in the discussions section. How is this impacting your results? The fourth strategy, visualization. Visualize in detail the things that you want. Seeing what you want in your mind's eye helps you to create more clarity around your goals and aligns your energy with how you want to feel. Changing your energy to line up with where you want to go makes it easier to take the actions necessary in order to get there. Here is an exercise. Come to a comfortable seated position, such as cross-legged. Close your eyes and take a few unrushed deep breaths. Then imagine that you have achieved whatever goal you are working toward. Bring to your mind what life looks like now that you have reached your goal. Where are you? What are you doing? Who are you with? How do you feel? What are you wearing? The more details you can bring up, the better. The purpose of this exercise is to create that energy in the current moment. Sixth technique. Maintain your focus on your long-term goals, and you will achieve much bigger things than those who jump from idea to idea, or those who give up after the slightest setback. Hyperfocus is the key to being highly successful. Determine which tasks you should do. Focus on the activities that contribute to your long-term goals. Center your attention and energy on a specific task, object, or activity for a sustained length of time. Fifth, focus on one habit at a time. It brings more effect, just as focusing on one task at a time is more effective. If you want to succeed in life, if you want to get what you desire most, if you want to achieve your goals, you need to master and align your mind habits with your goals. Again, please rewatch this lesson and select 2 or 3 which you think it will bring strong impact in your life. If you want to, you can even share them with us. Thank you very much, and see you in the next lesson. The 5 biggest mistakes when aligning your mind habits to your goals. Whether you like it or not, goal setting is an integral and important aspect of your life. Take some time and evaluate today's status. Ask yourself, when aligning your mind habits with your goals, is it a good idea to align all your mind habits with your goals? Are all your mind habits adding a greater clarity, focus, and bring out the natural resources of motivation buried deep within you? Aligning goal setting and mind habits can literally transform your life overnight and bring the success you want. When done properly, the alignment is arguably one of the most powerful ways to take control of your life and achieve things that are meaningful to you. But are there as well mistakes you can do when making this alignment? Let's have a look at the 5 biggest mistakes you need to avoid when aligning your mind habits to your goals. The first biggest mistake: focusing on goals that are all about proving yourself rather than developing and acquiring new skills. Believing you have the ability to reach your goals is important, but so is believing you can get the ability. One of the insights that you should have once you begin the process of setting goals is the need to develop your skills and talents in specific areas. As an exercise, pick one to focus on first. Break it into a mini goal you can accomplish this month. If it's a longer-term goal, pick an action you can do today. Keep doing this until the goal is accomplished. Do an action every day. Finish the mini goal. Pick the next mini goal to work on. But on the same time, think what skills and talents you must work on developing in order to achieve faster and really work on them. The second biggest mistake: focusing only on your career goals. You may have completely omitted goals from other parts of your life. So do not focus solely on your work when you set goals, as you will neglect activities that bring you joy. Goals like competing in an adventure race or starting a home garden might also be incredibly important for your happiness and well-being. Focus is one of the most important mind habits, but when you set your goals, make sure that you strike the right balance between different areas of your life. And remember that balance is different for everyone. You are the one that can define the areas of your life you need to focus on the most. Think about your life. Think if this happened to you as well, to omit goals from other parts of your life. If yes, what actions you took to strike the right balance between different areas of your life? If not, what actions are you going to take? The third mistake: people often get so lost in the day-to-day tasks that they lose track of the reason they are doing those things in the first place. Focusing on your day-to-day tasks inhibit many people remain focused on the big picture. Focus requires clarity concerning the desired results and the relative priority of each step that you need to take to achieve those results. So do distinguish the vital tasks from the rest, but ensure that you do remain focused on the big picture. Fourth mistake: ending up doing something that you knew was a waste of effort simply because you committed to it. Commitment is essential in achieving your goals, but it's crucial to ask yourself the following question: are my present goals improving my current reality? If the answer is no, you should probably drop them. Stop doing it and don't see it as a failure, but as an opportunity to learn and move forward faster. Analyze your goals right now, and if something is no longer working for you, quit. Admit your mistakes, learn from them, let go, and move on. Fifth mistake: not appreciating failure. No matter how hard you work, you will fail to achieve goals from time to time. Commitment to their goals bring many people to a situation where they cannot appreciate failure. But failures contain lessons that can change your life for the best if you have the courage to learn from them. As an exercise, identify a goal that you failed to achieve. Now take time and list in detail where you went wrong, so you can use that knowledge to reach your goals next time. Edison failed several thousands of times before he got a light bulb to work as he wanted, so failure is normal for all of us. The best route is to keep going and again understanding from your failures or mistakes. Most successful people are so successful just because they failed, learned, and tried again and again, because they viewed failure and mistakes as something valuable and pretty positive. By trying not to make mistakes when aligning your goals with your mind habits, your habits get strengthened. You need to avoid common mistakes along the way. This can cause you to feel discouraged, question your abilities, or even give up. The good news is that you are much more likely to accomplish your dreams if you know about these mistakes and avoid them. Alright, those were the 5 biggest mistakes when aligning your mind habits to your goals. Hope you enjoyed so far and you took notes and ideas to implement in your day-to-day life. Thank you very much and see you in the next lesson. Build consistency on your mental power. What do you think is the most powerful tool these days to build your personal brand? For me, consistency is important in everything you do and every place you appear. In my experience, consistency is a must as you build and grow your business or as you consolidate your personal brand for getting a promotion. Once I say I'm going to do something, I challenge myself, finding the time and the motivation to stick with it. Consistency is one of those essential attributes that everyone wants, but few people actually manage to gain and to sustain. Many efforts fail before they get to the finish line, even with smart goals and great tactics. The problem is often that we do not keep the course to achieve the objective. Either you initiate a new business, learn for an exam, start a new project, or any kind of initiative. If you do not follow through, your plans will fail without a dedication to consistency. Being consistent is even more important than the intensity of the workout. If you are realistic, you know that you should definitely work to cultivate your consistency in order to make progress and achieve success in most areas of your life. Here are some techniques to improve your consistency. First, think about what specific areas in your life require more consistency. Do you need to be consistent about your habits? Do you need to be consistent about your work requirements, your romantic relationships? Think about it. The second technique: understand that you are not going to be consistent 100% of the time. You need to accept that you will make mistakes. What really matters are your consistent habits. And this is related to the third technique: Make gradual changes. This is the easiest way to be consistent. Avoid doing everything at once because this is a sure path to overwhelm yourself. Pick one thing you will work on to be consistent for 1 month. When that month is up, add another thing to be consistent with. Fourth technique: analyzing yourself on a longer time horizon. Consistency is about working on a larger time scale than weeks and months. Fifth technique: hold yourself accountable and keep a calendar. On the calendar, you can color in red the days when you are not consistent with your habits, and in green when you have been. You can measure like this how consistent you are. You can use the calendar app on your phone and fill out your schedule. Share with us in the discussion section. How is your calendar? Mostly green or red? How consistent are you? Sixth tactic: tell people you trust about your goals and your attempts to be consistent about various aspects of your life. Next tactic: increase your motivation. It's difficult to remain 100% focused and inspired every day. The most important way to stay motivated is to remember that the manageable changes to your lifestyle will make small changes, and each change you notice is a win. Over time, those little changes will add up to enormous progress. Remind yourself why consistency is important to you. What is it you are trying to accomplish by being consistent? What happens if you fail to be consistent? Keeping these things in mind when you are trying to accomplish your goals and be consistent. As an exercise, when you have a difficult day and you don't want to, for example, do any writing, do less than normally you do. If you write for an hour, cut that down to half an hour. The eighth tactic: set specific goals. Being consistent, and you are more likely to succeed if you set specific goals. These goals will help you behave consistently and give you something to strive for. Ninth tactic: always have in mind that internal consistency leads to external consistency. A large component of consistency is mental. In the book The Inner Game of Tennis by W. Timothy Gallwey, it is suggested to think of yourself as a solid, consistent player and expect the ball to come back. That is what it means to play a worthy opponent. Expecting the ball to come back is a basic component of consistency, because without the assumption, you have no need for consistency. You will know when you are truly achieving consistency when you feel a little disappointment the opponent didn't get the ball back one more time. The 10th tactic: highlight your priorities and make a schedule. Realize you can't do it all. Make sure you focus on what is important based on what you want to accomplish. Use a planner or calendar to set a reminder of your daily activities. Portioning out a day ahead of time will leave no room for the excuse that you just didn't have time for the respective activity. 11th tactic: do the same thing every day. Doing something every day or nearly every day is far easier to sustain than doing it once in a while. If you want to be consistent with a new habit, run it every day uninterrupted for a month. Sometimes you can't do something every day, but you can at least make it work on a fixed schedule. Make it part of your life. 12th strategy: plan for dealing with failure. In a research from Stanford, Professor Kelly McGonigal has shown that the #1 reason why people fail to remain consistent with their habits and goals is that they don't have a plan for dealing with failure. Planning to fail means that you know what you will do and how you will get back on track when things don't work out. You can more easily rebound from failures and setbacks when you realize that individual failures have little impact on your long-term success. And the last strategy to build consistency on your mental power: do the most of your time. Do the work, have a specific plan already set up, and then waste your time on your phone or chatting with other people. Make your time efficient. Consistency ensures your mental muscles are being worked intensely. Our human brains are infinitely complex and amazingly flexible. You can develop your mind power all the way into very advanced old age. With that being said, we are concluding this lesson. Thank you very much for being with us and see you in the next lesson. Create a story to maintain your focus. Have you ever wondered what is your most precious resource in your life? For me, it is my time. Time is everything, and therefore maintaining focus in my daily life allows me to be efficient and make the most of my time. Focused moments are easier to come by when I want them, when I want to find ways to keep my focus. This can be as well your choice. You train your mind and master it. Focusing is essential for anyone who is serious about doing great work. We all struggle to maintain focus in our daily lives. Endless distractions prevent our brains from focusing on a task as we struggle to get things done. But how can you train your brain to minimize those distractions and to induce that focus state in yourself? Using entertainment as a training program for your brain is a great way to teach yourself to break free of distractions, enjoy a good story, and learn what it takes to focus. Why that, you might wonder? Imagine what is happening when working toward a work goal actively or reading actively. Can you go from engaged to bored and mentally drifting at any point? Yes, of course, we all know this. Can this happen when you are reading or listening a great story? Yes, of course it can. But chances decreases when you absorb what you are consuming and you actively pay attention. This is why creating a story will be a great tool to maintain your focus. It keeps you more engaged and provides a means for visualizing ideas and questions. When you decide to focus on something, the brain goes through two steps to sort and understand information. Visually, you take in all the information in a scene and start processing what will be your main topic. Then the main topic branches, what you need to start with. The second part involves focusing on one aspect you want to pay attention to for each branch of the respective topic. Here are some exercises, stories that you can create in order to maintain your focus. First exercise. You can start by creating a story about what you think it means to maintain your focus. Be creative. Have fun when further telling this story to your friends. Make a free write out of this. If you do this, it can be a source of inspiration for maintaining your focus in your day-to-day life. Second exercise. Write about what inspires you and what you feel. If you do this, you'll be able to define the main focus of what inspires you and get a mental picture of the action plan structure to get where you want to. The third exercise. Write a story about one of your failures. Tell it to one of your friends and do not forget about the fun part. When creating such a story, you learn to anticipate, to be prepared for challenges, and to maintain your focus until you reach your objectives. If you make a wrong choice, or if you have a bad day, you will learn to see it as an opportunity to learn, to review, and try to figure it out what went wrong. Try to learn from your mistakes. Fourth, tell a story on why you believe your life is a wonderful gift. If you do this, it helps you enjoy life to the fullest. It can as well increase your focus on your personal objectives and your effectiveness. Fifth exercise. Create a story about how good you feel when you accomplish what you are trying to do. Write about how great you feel. You may want to think about how other people have done this, and so can you. If you do this, you will learn to have goals clearly before you start. You will start to have clear results in your mind. If you create this story, you will also get clear on what the guidelines are for the task ahead. Clarity makes it easy to focus. You get clarity on what level of quality you need and what constraints you might face. Exercise number 6. Create a story about something that makes you happy. If you do this, You will learn to focus on the good things in your life that make you happy. You will also learn to recognize negative thoughts and find positive thoughts to replace them. And the last exercise. Create a story centered on why it is important to be able to achieve your goals. You lose focus instantaneously if what you are doing is not important. Therefore, such a story will help you find interest in the work you do and maintain your focus. In the end, here are 5 benefits of creating stories for maintaining your focus. First, you will become better on prioritizing what's indeed important for you and plan the day. Second, you will gain a better ability to master your high-level priorities and your daily to-do list. Third, you will better identify if your techniques, schedules, and relationships are working, and you will better focus on making the best out of them. Fourth, creating stories helps reducing stress and increase your effectiveness. And the last benefit, these stories will contribute on building your confidence. So I hope we convinced you to do those exercises provided in this lesson. In the end, visualizing with a story keeps you more engaged and provides you a means for visualizing ideas and questions, and therefore increasing and maintaining your focus. Thank you very much, and see you in the next lesson. Module 5 of our course, Concentration at Work. If you want to be able to learn at your best, then you need to use and control your concentration. When you concentrate on the right stuff, you stay calm, confident, and you will fully develop your potential. When you allow your concentration to drift to the wrong stuff, then you will get nervous. You'll be flooded with self-doubts, and you will grow your skills under your capabilities. The first topic covered inside this module, how to acquire and grow your skills using concentration. What do you think you need to acquire or develop to be able to face the challenges on your way to your goals achievement? If you plan to be successful, you know that you need to leverage your learning, expertise and experience and develop the skills you need to achieve your goals. You will get 5 methods to acquire and grow skills using concentration. The next topic, how to test your concentration frequently. Ask yourself these questions. Do you pay attention to how you concentrate? How often are you testing your ability to focus on a task no matter what is going on around you? How often are you testing if your mind is focused or wandering away? A frequently test on your concentration level will help you deal more effectively with your intrusive thoughts. This because you will start to have a well-developed set of strategies to apply yourself when you really need to. Next topic, why you need to search for feedback frequently. Many business owners, professionals and students do not realize the importance of searching for feedback to enhance their growth and development. Successful people value feedback highly and they are searching for it frequently. A key insight here is that searching for feedback and receiving it well is a skill. The good part is that, as any skill, we can all get better at it with a bit of training and practice. And you will get that in this lesson. Next topic, how to overcome challenges at work. Many people wish life was easier, with less challenges and obstacles. They also try to avoid challenges and setbacks. But what these people forget is that without challenges, they stop growing. Challenges help us uncover who we are and it allows us to develop ourselves. In this lesson, we will share with you a 4-step method for overcoming challenges in your professional life. And the last topic covered, how to reframe failure and never give up. For many people, the anticipation of failure can lead to stress, anxiety, anger, shame, and regret. Some people might long for a new opportunity, a promotion, even starting a business. But the fear of failing keeps them from taking the risks needed to effect that change. So instead, they hold back, paralyzed by fear, and they never even try. Where these people fail is that they elect a state of mind and remain in it. In this lesson, you will learn the 3 steps to turn any failure into success. So, let's start. Are you one of those people taking time to enjoy where you are? Do you find it hard to slow down and be present? Does your mind tend to wander back towards the past or constantly glance forward towards the future? Let's face it, for me and for many of us, it's easy to fall into this pattern. There are moments when I rush through things without much focusing on the way and process, but just being completely absorbed by the finish line. Does it happen to you to get caught up with the negative opinions, attitudes, actions, and thoughts of those around you? If yes, you need to avoid this, as in the end this leads to a negative lifestyle that leaves you unhappy or even depressed. Or are you one of those people that can truly see and understand the positive aspects of people and situations instead of focusing on the negative parts? My advice is to go out from this trap of focusing on the negative attitudes, actions, and thoughts, and move from a negative lifestyle to a positive one. How? It's easier than you may think. You need to begin changing the way you see things and change the way you interact with others. Significant lifestyle change can be very difficult to initiate and even more difficult to maintain. And this because the mental, psychological, and emotional barriers that you must overcome are enough powerful, and this cannot be resolved with a short-term intervention. They must be identified and eliminated to realize the goal of a long-term, healthy lifestyle change. Here are 8 strategies for designing the lifestyle that creates a powerful mind. This is the key that will keep you moving forward to your destination and living a long and healthy life. It is very possible to change your habits and your lifestyle. Just remember, it takes some planning and dedication. First, a helpful strategy to put in place is to not just eliminate bad habits, but to replace them with new ones. Ask yourself this question: what new habits would you like to implement? I'm not going to insist on this strategy because we've already developed how to implement good habits in the previous chapter. Second, keep your habit replacements realistic. Make changes one step at a time. With healthy habit replacement, you will slowly but surely create neural pathways for your brain to function with. Third strategy, be honest about your problems, barriers, and other junk in your life. Pretending that your life is great is not doing you or anyone else any good. Every aspect of physical and emotional growth arrives outside of your comfort zone. Stretch yourself, even if it means feeling uncomfortable. As an exercise, take a piece of paper and list all your mental, psychological, and emotional barriers. Now let's move further. What is your plan to overcome them? We would like to hear one of your examples in the discussions section. Fourth strategy, get upset with your current situation. When deciding you want to change your life, you must truly get upset with your current situation. Your emotions are very powerful, and you will find that by using this energy as a catalyst for change. Keep in mind, the more significant your desired life outcome is, the stronger your convictions for change must be. Fifth strategy, practice mindfulness. This involves acceptance and non-judgment, meaning that we observe and experience what's happening around and within us without wishing for things to be any different than they are. This practice generally refers to maintaining moment-to-moment awareness of our thoughts, bodily sensations, feelings, and surrounding environment. When you are mindful, you tune into your experience in the present moment, rather than anxiously anticipating the future or regretfully poring over the past. You concentrate on what is happening in the moment, without criticizing the ones around you and their actions. Mindfulness can be described as increasing your attention and awareness in the present moment. It shows us a path towards developing a more symphonic relationship with our thoughts and feelings. The very act of noticing one's wandering mind and consciously redirecting it to the present moment has been shown to be one of the most beneficial components of mindfulness. So even if you are a naturally distractible person or find that your mind wanders a great deal, don't worry. Simply notice these tendencies and gradually retrain your mind to become more present-focused. This learns you to slow down and to become immersed into the present moment. Sixth strategy. When you are talking to other people, change your negative statements to positive comments. If you are in a conversation where everybody is just being negative, try saying something positive and see what happens. Pay attention to the people's response. Are we starting to see things differently? This may not happen the first time, and it may not happen all the time, but the more you do it, the more often you'll get them to focus on the positive events. When you do this, you also release the anger and unhappiness, because you get your mind to focus on something positive instead of something negative. Try doing this with people you know or you don't know. Creating positive energy is crucial to your success and happiness. Seventh strategy. Do new things. People who do new things, like learning a game, traveling to unfamiliar places, are happier than people who stick to familiar activities that they already do well. Do not forget that the brain is stimulated by surprise. And the last strategy for designing the lifestyle that creates a powerful mind. Do the things you enjoy and you will start creating a positive lifestyle. As an exercise, what are the things you would like to do and that attract more positive energy into your life? Think about them, and if you want to, you can share them with us. In the end, changing your life is possible, but it takes strong convictions and mental perseverance. Thank you very much, and see you in the next lesson.
Let's talk about how to design your environment for laser-like focus. There are some reasons why the environment is an essential thing to work on and to think about. We like to think that we can solve our problems internally. So if I have a problem with procrastination, then I have to do something internally. I have to resist distractions harder. I have to try harder. I have to focus harder. But realistically, this usually doesn't work very well. In reality, we have much more leverage over our behavior if we design our environment. There is a concept called decision fatigue, which is based on a famous study, and it's linked to this idea that willpower is a very limited resource, and people can be depleted of their willpower and depleted of their ability to make good decisions. It was an experiment done, and during this experiment, scientists wanted to see how people were resisting cookies. So, subjects were led into a waiting room. One group had with them cookies next to them, but they were told you can't have them. The second group had no cookies next to them. The final group had cookies and they could have them. But there was a trick. After being in that waiting room, when participants were asked to do some problem-solving tasks, it turned out that resisting a cookie leads to less endurance when solving problems. Subjects who had to sit there and look at cookies but resist the temptation of having a cookie didn't have a much staying power when it came to trying to solve difficult puzzles. And this is important for our topic here of designing our environment, because the cookies are either present or absent in our environment, but the cookies are basically a feature of the environment. Of course, it's possible to resist the cupcakes all day long, but it's extremely inefficient. It is much more efficient to simply take the option away from yourself. And this is a matter of leverage. Let's think of the extremes. Let's think of some hypothetical extreme scenarios. Let's imagine that for some reason your office is in the middle of a bakery or somewhere where they make your favorite junk food all day. It's just constantly moving past you. It smells great, and the deal is, for some reason, you can grab any food you want anytime. The easiest thing, the immediately available thing is all this food, and you have to try not to eat it. And on the other hand, you'd have to get up and go out and spend money and go find healthy food somewhere else. That would be one extreme. Imagine how difficult that would be under those circumstances to eat healthy food. And the other extreme, let's imagine that you are airdropped into an island where there is no unhealthy food. It's just not available. To have unhealthy food, you'd have to do some crazy thing like have stuff shipped at a high cost and would take 2 weeks. So it's just not going to happen. It's practically impossible to eat unhealthy food. Now, in this environment, you might be slightly upset initially about it because you can't have your favorite foods anymore. But pretty soon, probably within a month or two, you would have forgotten all about any food-related trouble you've ever had. Now, you would get away healthier, and importantly, it wouldn't require any willpower whatsoever. Now, let's bring this back to productivity and our work environment. You can be in an extremely distracting environment. You can be in an environment where you've got Netflix, multiple screens with social media stuff auto-updating all the time. You've got maybe a gaming console right next to you, so anytime you get bored, you can just start playing a video game. You know, maybe outside the window, it's like Times Square or something, ads playing all the time around you, etc. Basically, you are immersed in a world of distraction. You've got one phone or two phones constantly vibrating and beeping and notifying you of various things happening. You can be immersed in a world of distraction, and that makes it almost impossible to stay on task, almost impossible to get any work done. The other extreme is to imagine that you have no access to anything that keeps you distracted and unfocused. Imagine that the only things you can access online are things that are directly related to your work. There are no distractions and no phone ever rings, no notifications, no social media, just absolutely no distractions. In this environment, it would be so much easier to be productive. The takeaway from this is to realize that our environment influences on our behavior, and this is absolute, whereas our willpower influence on our behavior is limited and extremely fragile. And in addition, the studies on decision fatigue show us that even if we are in this distracting environment, even if we are successfully resisting the temptations, there are knock-on effects that will make us worse at our job even if you don't notice. It's like invisible knock-on effects. There's a cost to resisting this stuff even if I successfully resist it. So creating an optimal environment for ourselves, designing an environment can lead to a situation where we can reach our goals with zero willpower. Now, those are the extreme examples that we talked about. However, in the real world, it's unlikely that we can create the perfect environment that's like perfectly aligned to our goals like that. And that's why the next part is essential. There are two sides to this. In most discussions on decision fatigue, I find that the second part is often forgotten or overlooked. Yes, on the one hand, we want to create an optimal, calm, distraction-free environment for ourselves that will make it so much easier to be focused and be productive. But there is also the other side, the other factor, which is we also want to develop a strong will. Yes, there have been studies that have shown that willpower is limited and you can deplete people's willpower. There have also been studies that have shown that people can build greater resilience and build up their willpower by basically training it just like you would train a muscle. The important thing here is that we don't want to be building our willpower by resisting cupcakes all day long. We don't want to be building that willpower by resisting phone notifications or social media stuff all day long. We want to be building the strength specific to where we want it, which is we want to develop that ability to deepen our focus. We want to build the ability to be productive, to stay on task, and that is where we want to do the strength building. This was an introduction to why it's essential to optimize the environment, and there is no specific task for you to do. Related to this video, we'll start with the specific steps you can implement with the next lesson. See you there. Writing is an excellent way to organize your thoughts and organize your tasks, and it's a part of the 10X effective learning system. Related to our focus module, you need to have a way to do writing, to take notes, to note down ideas, to do writing exercises, and so on. And here's a couple of points for you to keep in mind. I'm going to present to you the principles of good and effective note-taking first, and then I'll talk about the actual tools and structure that I use. That is because the principle itself is what matters. It's quite likely that you already have some system for taking notes. Maybe you already have your preferences, and the idea isn't that you have to switch from doing that to doing what I do. The idea is that you follow these principles to make your note-taking more effective. So I have 3 rules for effective note-taking. Number 1. Whatever you use to take your notes, it needs to be always easily accessible. Number 2. It needs to be convenient for short as well as long writing sessions. And number 3. It needs to be categorized. So let's look at what each of these means in more detail. Rule number 1. It needs to be easily accessible. For example, a lot of people swear by pen and paper for their note-taking and writing, and that is perfectly fine. But if you use a pen and paper and a notebook, then you have to have a notebook that's always with you and the pen that is always with you. You can be in a situation where you know I have my notebook and my pen, and it's at home sitting on my desk. But now I'm somewhere else. And right now I've had a great idea, or now it's a thought that came up that I want to process but I can't. I have to wait until I get home and so on. And this is the problem. One of the purposes of note-taking is to allow you to download stuff from your brain. If you're in a situation when you have an idea but you can't write it down right now, then you are using up brain bandwidth to carry that idea along with you until you have the next opportunity to write something down. The more of this you have, the more problems and ideas and things on your head you have. It's kind of carrying around in your head without externalizing those ideas. Therefore, the less you are capable of thinking clearly and focusing and remembering other things. So that is one of the purposes of note-taking, to get stuff out of your head, and you'll have a reliable and always accessible way to do that. Another important thing is convenience. If it only takes you 30 seconds to find a notebook and find a pen, that is already too much of an inconvenience that's already going to prevent you from writing as often as you probably should in the future. So that's rule number 1. Rule number 2. Whatever you use to take notes has to be suitable for both short and long writing sessions, short and long notes. So for example, if you have a note-taking app on your phone that you like to use, that's great for the accessibility because you probably always have your phone with you. And if the app starts up quickly and lets you write, that's great for jotting down a quick thought. But because the screen is small and it's a nuisance to type on a phone screen, you are never gonna do like a 20-minute or 1-hour writing session on your phone. So this is important because it's the other purpose of note-taking. It's a way of thinking deliberately and clearly. It's a way of active thinking and strategic thinking. Writing like this creates a lot of clarity, and clarity is a huge driver of action. But it goes the other way as well. It also has to be convenient for just jotting down a really quick note. It shouldn't take you too much time and effort to get a notebook to write down a couple of words. And rule number 3, it needs to be categorizing all. So you want to be able to create different categories for different kinds of note-taking in different kinds of thoughts. So for example, you want to have a place for writing down your business ideas, and you want to have a place for writing creative ideas. If that is something you do, you want to have a place for different types of notes. But in general, the principle is that anything important should get its folder, its category, or its notebook or document. I have found that creating a place for specific types of thoughts and ideas to go encourages creativity. So if you create a document or a category for business ideas, and you get into the habit of writing down ideas, your brain will generate more business ideas. And so that's a way to encourage thinking in a specific direction. To encourage creativity, you have to create a place for those thoughts. Okay, so those are the 3 rules for effective note-taking. The thing you use and take notes needs to be always easily accessible, needs to be convenient for short and long writing sessions, and it needs to be categorized. In general, I use Google Docs and Trello, so please let me go through some of the pros and cons of both these tools. Google Docs. One of the great things about Google Docs is that it lives inside Google Drive, and Google Drive is everything related to shared files and shared documents and so on. It has a great search function as well, and I can find everything related to my business, to my personal notes, and so on. So it was just a matter of making it slightly more convenient and unifying this all in one place. I also like Google Docs because it also works offline. If you use the desktop app, you can work on your documents without having to be online. So that makes it more accessible as well. It has phone apps and everything. The one downside is that the convenience for short note-taking is not great. It has phone apps and it's fairly easy to find documents on the phone, read through documents, and even write. But for writing down a quick note, it's really not that great. And it takes too long to start the app up and open a document and start editing. So the convenience factor is the one thing that's missing here. For that, I use Trello because it is very convenient for this. If I have a quick idea, I can open up or create a quick task where I can just write down about this, so I'll have it later. The only downside really to the system is its two separate apps. It would be better if everything were just inside one app. But this downside, I'm not suffering from this at all. This is a system that works for me, and that is what I use. My message here isn't that it is the perfect system and you should immediately switch to Google Docs and Trello. I just wanted to explain to you the context of how I ended up here to show you that this is what works for me and it makes sense for me in my context. As I said, the idea isn't that I'm telling you you must switch from whatever you use right now to this combination that I'm using. What's important is the three principles that I mentioned. The first task is to create such a system if you don't have it yet. Check your system if it works for this. And if not, maybe you need to buy a better notebook that you can carry with you. Maybe you need to try out Evernote or Trello if you haven't used that yet. Maybe you need to try out Google Docs, but set up a system that follows these three rules. Number one, whatever you use to take your notes needs to be always easily accessible. Number two, it needs to be convenient for short as well as long writing sessions. And number three, it needs to be categorized. Your first specific task related to note-taking and writing is to create a document or a notebook or a place to log your progress through the entire 10X Effective Learning Masterclass. So like I talked about in the previous lessons, create a place where you can process your thoughts and download things that come up as you go through this course. However, there are two other things you can use this writing place or this notebook for. And the first thing is to download what comes up. So maybe you go through the lessons and some questions come up where it gives you some idea of what you might do. And you can write that down in your notebook. However, much more importantly, the most important thing you can do here is you can make this a log for your obstacles and failures. I think this is one of the greatest missed opportunities when people take courses and when we learn something. When we try to change our habits and change something about the way we work, and bright shiny object syndrome makes this even worse. What I mean is this. What we hope for when we buy a course like this is we buy a course that promises some outcome that we want. What we hope for is we will go through the course, everything we learn makes perfect sense, we will implement everything and we will get the result and live happily ever after, right? That's obviously that would be the best outcome if you learn everything that I have to teach here and it makes you an effective learner and everything goes off without a hitch. Unfortunately, that is not going to happen. What is going to happen is that as you go through this course, you will encounter obstacles of some kind. And some are the obvious or technical obstacles, but those are not the most important ones. You know, the kind of thing where maybe I explain some system and you're not sure how to apply that to your specific way of learning. The important obstacles that come up are the inner psychological irrational ones. So for example, you might find that you follow one of my lessons and it makes sense for you and you think, yes, I want to do this, and then you don't do it. You for some reason have resistance to doing the thing you've just learned about. Or you might find that you go through a lesson, you implement what you learned and it does work for you and it makes you more focused, give you better memory, you start reading faster. And then after a week of doing that, you stop and there is no rational reason why you would stop doing something that seemingly has no downsides. But realistically, this is what happens. This is what happens when we learn things and try to change our habits and change our behavior. Now, the worst thing you can do is to simply write that off as a failure and move on. And I think this is one of the problems with bright, shiny object syndrome and one of the issues with how much distraction and how much stuff is around us. Speaking about poor focus. And here with this exercise, I want to give you a tool to avoid doing that again. When you reach a sticking point, when you encounter resistance or an obstacle or anything like that, when you encounter a problem or a point of failure, get out this notebook and start writing about it to give you some guidance. Here are some specific questions you can answer when this happens. First question: what exactly went wrong? Describe what it is, what the obstacle is. Next question: what are some possible reasons why this happened? And here you don't have to know the exact correct answers. Explore what possible reasons why this might happen are. And the final question is this: what are some things I could try out, some things I could experiment with, some adjustments I might make to get unstuck and keep making progress? An important tip here is to not be in a rush when you do this. You allow your thoughts to expand and you get your initial thoughts and feelings out of your head and onto the paper. And after that, you see what comes next. But it can help you uncover something that underlies. Another method you can use is the toddler technique, which is to ask why? Just keep asking why so you know what happened. Why did this happen? And then you write your reason why this is the reason and so on. And you can keep going layer by layer deeper into what might be causing this irrational behavior. The most important thing here is not to abandon something simply because you've got stuck. Instead, make use of what is the best potential learning opportunity. I find that those sticking points, those points of failure are usually where we can learn the most and make the most progress. We have to focus, we have to say no to a lot of things, but it's essential that we say no to things deliberately and say yes to things deliberately, and this writing exercise is one tool to do that. So your task here is to create that notebook or that file with whatever writing system you use and maybe do a writing session right now. Maybe you've already encountered some doubts and some obstacles or feeling that you are getting stuck. So go ahead and do the writing exercise right after this lesson. There's another way in which writing and note-taking can be a highly productive tool and which can help you succeed in getting through this course and making the most of it. And it is creating a distraction log. In contrast to the previous lessons when I advocated for Google Drive and Trello to write down your thoughts, for a distraction log specifically an actual pen and paper might work best. Here is how it works. Distraction log is when you sit down and you choose to focus on anything so that you could be choosing to do some work and focus on that work. Or it could be choosing to absorb these lessons and focus on what you learn here. You have a distraction log handy so that when stuff comes to your mind, you can make a note of it. There are two types of things that you can make notes of in a distraction log. The first is a reminder. So let's say you are watching this video and you think, oh, I need to remember to add milk to the grocery list. It comes out of nowhere and it is unrelated to what you're doing right now, but it is an important thing for you to remember. In your distraction log, write down a note, remember to buy milk. The idea is that once you finish what you're doing right now, you go through your distraction log, you see the task, and you do that. So that is a way in which you get stuff out of your head so that you are sitting here trying to do one thing while you are also trying to remember something you need to do later on. The second type of notes to write on your distraction log is impulses. So these are often things that aren't useful, but you might notice, oh, I feel the impulse to reach for my phone. Instead of doing it, what we can do is reach for phone and make a mark next to it, and as it happens again and again, you make more marks, and at the end you can see, okay, while watching this video I had the impulse to reach for my phone 15 times or something like that. You can also know this to a more specific degree. So maybe you notice, oh, when I saw this picture in the video, it made me want to check Instagram because somehow I connected seeing an image on a screen with scrolling through Instagram. So that's a specific kind of trigger that triggers a distraction, and again, instead of giving into this distraction, you make a note of it. So let's say you want to pay attention to a video in this course. Something pops up, you pause this video, you write down what distracted you. You continue this video and you keep doing that and the other things of work as well. I mean, you are interrupting your work to make a note, but it can often be helpful because as you take note of the impulses but don't give in to them, you'll probably find them weaken over time. So maybe you start with, let's say, an impulse to reach for your phone about once a minute. But if you keep noting that but not giving in to it, maybe it goes down to once every 5 minutes or once every 10 minutes and so on. You get the idea. In some cases, it's also worth the trade-off of briefly interrupting what you are doing to note something down to get that out of your head to relieve the tension of having it in your head. So that is the basic idea of a distraction log, and I recommend that you give this a try. For that, you need a notebook and a pen that you have next to you while you are going through this course. And while you are doing the sessions here, you choose to pay attention to one thing and you note all of the things that distracts you. I also recommend that you make 2 separate lists. One of the actual reminders, actually essential things to process afterwards, and one just logging the impulses. So that's it. Do that. Get a distraction log ready. Take any pen and paper and get that ready and try it out for the next lesson while watching this course. We have looked at the importance of knowing what kind of work to do in a deep work session. Another important point here is knowing when to do these sessions, because it is totally normal to have ups and downs in your energy levels and in your ability to focus, like during the course of the day. There will be times when you will feel awake and energized, and there will be times when you'll feel dull. For most people, what happens is that in the morning, like after you wake up maybe an hour or 90 minutes after you get out of bed, you will feel the most alert. You will feel the most awake, and you will have a window of maybe a few hours where you will easily get into the zone. Then around noon, you will have a lot of light. You will have an energy dull. In the afternoon, you get out of that again, and you will have a second run. And this is influenced by many factors, such as when you sleep, how long you sleep, when you eat, what you eat, whatever you exercise, and so on. So the important thing here is to become aware of this and to become aware of when are your peak focused times. If you aren't sure of this yet, if you think back over the last few days and you like, I'm not sure when my peak hours are, and you didn't really pay attention to that, that is something that you can find out. You can track your energy levels just randomly during the day, or track whenever you feel especially energized or whenever you feel especially dull, and see if you spot patterns over time. The review part of your deep work session also helps for that. You know, maybe you noticed that when I do a deep work session at 9 o'clock in the morning, it usually goes very well. When I do that at 11 o'clock, it usually goes horribly. That also gives you a clue about when your focus times are. A tip I have here is this. Use exercise as a way to modulate your focus times. You will find that you exercise depending on when you do that, and it really can change how your energy levels are. If you haven't done this yet, it is a good idea to experiment with this to see what you feel like if you exercise first thing in the morning. What do you feel like when you do it at midday, and how you feel when you do it at night before going to bed. That's one of the things where exercise relatively late in the day can affect your energy levels the next day. So you might find out that if you do a relatively late workout session, you will feel much clearer in the morning, or you might find that it's the opposite. And what really works for you, for example, it's a half-hour run in the morning. This is different for everyone, and I recommend being aware of your natural rhythm and how exercise affects that natural rhythm. This way you can really find out when are your best times, and you can make sure that you can put freedom time blocks there, and you can do your deep work sessions in those peak times. Let's have a look at how habits work so that we can successfully take control of them instead of being under the control of the habits we already have. This is why 10X Effective Learning Masterclass is a bit different from most of the kind of accelerated learning approaches. This is mostly about building skills. It's about building these effective learning skills, and there are ways to do that. It's all a question of behavior change. We need to successfully be able to change our behavior and change our habits. It's not so much about the tools and techniques we use as it is how we design our everyday. Our habits and our behavior is being shaped and manipulated by our digital environment, by things like social media. All these influences are nudging us towards being less focused and wasting more time. So the first thing is we need to counteract that. And once we've done that, which I hope you did in the previous lectures, then we have the opportunity to start building habits ourselves and start making decisions about what we want our habits and our behavior to look like. So far, we've already looked at many different tools and techniques and things you can do to make yourself more focused. And before I add any more into that, we need to get into habit building because of the implementation problem. How many times have you had a goal, and to reach that goal you've bought a book or an ebook or an online course? And how often did you just not follow through on what you learned because sometimes the information we get is just not good? Let's say maybe I want to increase my muscles and I buy some online workout course, and maybe it's just bad. Even if I followed it, I wouldn't get significantly fitter. But how often is that the case? Even if this is not the best workout program, if I just followed it, I'd probably get some results. The problem is usually not that we don't have the complete information, that we don't know enough. The problem is that we cannot turn what we know into action. We cannot implement. So in this course, I don't want just to download everything I know about effective learning and give you more information that you then struggle to take action on. I want to give you the tools to make the most of this, and that's what this is all about. So let's quickly look at 3 points to get started. Number 1, it's completely normal to have the problem that I just described. It is completely normal to have a comfort zone. Whenever you try to change something about your behavior, start a new habit, do something differently, that moves you outside of your comfort zone, and you will always have the tendency that pulls you back into what you're already used to. Generally, the higher the change, the higher that resistance, the higher the pull back to your state of normal. Everybody has this, and you are not a failure because that has happened to you. So I think that is the first thing. Don't feel guilty about this. This is part of human nature. This is not your weakness. This is just something that is an aspect of human nature, and we need to create a system to deal with that. Number 2, to be able to change and build habits, we have to know how habits work. The most important thing to know about habits is that every habit is a loop that consists of 3 different stages. Every habit has a trigger, action, and reward. For example, a trigger might be that you hear the notification sound on your phone because it is a unique notification and you know that it's from one of your messaging apps. Then the action that follows that trigger is that you reach for your phone and you check the message. The reward is that the tension of not knowing what that message is relieved. The moment you hear that notification sound, you know that you have gotten a message, but you have no further information about it. This creates tension. There is this mystery, and there is a factor that is called variable rewards in psychology, because a message could be something really positive. It could be great news from someone you care about, someone you love. It could also be bad news. It could also be a message that annoys you or from someone you don't like and would instead not communicate with. So you don't know what you're going to get. It could be anywhere from negative to neutral to very positive. This creates a high tension that we feel an urge to relieve. And this variability, this uncertainty is one of the things that gets us addicted, which is why it's built into every social media tool, every game, and pretty much every app. Everything nowadays has elements of variable rewards built in to get us hooked. But let's get back to the main topic. This habit loop triggers action reward. Now the notifications aren't on your phone. It's a very obvious example, and often habits have much more subtle triggers. But that loop is always there. So here's a less obvious example. Maybe I'm working on something in a browser, and so I'm working on something online. And as I'm working, I have to load something. I click on a link and I wait for a page to load. And now this takes a bit longer than expected. So maybe after 2 or 3 seconds, the trigger is I'm getting bored. And then the habit is I switch over to my other tab where I've got Facebook or Instagram already running, and I check the latest posts or I read the most recent tweets. And the reward is whatever little dopamine hit I get from the social media website. So in this example, we can see that we don't randomly switch over and do something distracting. It is always triggered by something, even something as subtle as 3 seconds of loading time instead of 1.5 seconds of loading time. So every habit has a trigger, action, and reward. This is good to know because we can deactivate habits that we don't know by treating the trigger, and we can build new habits more effectively by understanding how habits work in the first place. And number 3. The idea is that we can start building positive habits, and we do it systematically and step by step. If you try to take on too much at once, you are likely to get overwhelmed or run out of energy and then fail and kind of fall off entirely. And so a much more effective approach is to be very systematic and kind of build one step in your habit and build another step on top of that. And that is the system we are going to use in order to start forming positive and productive learning habits. In this lesson, let's look at a classic habit building method, which is the 30-day challenge. I'm sure you've heard of this either in the form of the 30-day challenge or under the name of the Seinfeld method. Jerry Seinfeld popularized this idea of building habits by building a chain of doing something every single day and marking it in some visible way, for example, on your calendar. You mark every day in which you do your habit. What happens is that as you start doing this, you have a visual representation of this chain of having done the habit every day, and it creates psychological reinforcement of keep doing it because you don't want to be breaking that chain. I've created a 30-day challenge tracking sheet, and I'm going to give you a quick look at how to use it right here. Here is this sheet. You'll find a copy attached to this lesson as well. This is a Google spreadsheet, and as you can see, it's very simple. We simply have a field where you enter your challenge. You give it some label like read 1 hour a day or something like that. You enter your start date, and the way I do it is I enter X for succeeded and dash for failed, and I've set it so that any character field is not empty. We'll make it green for dash and red for minus, so that is how you can track your progress through these fields. And I will attach this document to this lesson, no worries. Another thing you can do is that you can print this. You either make a copy, you download it, or you print it out, and it's as simple as that. Whenever you start a new challenge, you enter it in the next field here and start the date and start checking the boxes. An advantage of using this sheet to start tracking and building habits is that it is just so simple. It doesn't require any special technology. Independent of the main progress tracker, you can do this right in the spreadsheet, or arguably even simpler, you can print it out and write on it manually. I've used this in the past. I like to hang this document behind my screen, like on the wall that I'm facing. So I have it in front of me and I can always keep track and I can see what's going on. This is probably one of the first ways that I started building habits, and I still use it to this day. It's just really good. It's also useful for both building habits and actual challenges. So when you are building a habit such as waking up at 6 o'clock in the morning, going to the gym 3 times a week, or practicing the 10X effective learning system for 20 minutes a day, it's just like, okay, I'm going to start doing this for 30 days, and once I've done it for 30 days in a row, it's just going to be my new normal. I'm gonna keep doing it, but it's also good for challenges, for things where you really kind of stretch your capability, where you do something, because the good thing is that it's long enough to make a difference. But it's also short enough that it's kind of a manageable horizon. So if I challenge myself to watch this course for 1 hour every day and do the prescribed exercises within that 1 hour, that's pretty challenging. But if I do for 30 days, it's gonna make a real difference to how much content I create, to how much progress I experience. It's going to make a real difference to my effective learning skills, and every day I know that I kind of push through this challenge and get to the end of it, because it's not infinite, and this is something for you to try out. Some people thrive under great challenges where it's like, oh my god, this is so unlikely that I want to do it, whereas other people benefit more from the kind of a softer approach. So don't judge yourself about this. It's about finding what works for you. Another advantage, especially when you print this out, is that it is manual and you can use it offline to avoid any phone distractions. So that was all. Go and grab a document for yourself and start.
Well, congratulations on completing this course, 10x Power Focus, the best ways to improve your learning. You now have the advanced system to get focused on what is important to you, become more productive and committed. Use the information inside this course to achieve quicker the results that you really want. Take focused action and achieve breakthrough results. define your priorities and take actions aligned with this, and work more effectively. Also, be sure to post any questions you might have in the discussion panel inside this course. We are always available to help and to answer any of your questions. Thank you for taking this course, and we look forward to seeing you in our other courses soon. Take care. Recent scientific research shows that despite some specific pathways which are strengthened every time we do a routine thing, our brain can form new pathways which are also strengthened if we practice new habits. Furthermore, old pathways which are not used regularly anymore weaken. The conclusion is that we can deliberately rewire our brains by directed attention towards the desired change. I divided the Neuroplasticity Mastery course into 6 parts. First, the introductory section. We'll start with a brief introduction into neuroplasticity and brain structure. The second module is dedicated to brain builder activities. You'll get about 30 new activities to practice that will develop new neurons and wire in more brain power guaranteed. Also, you will get the 7 rules that will help you build and maintain the habit of using brain builders in your own everyday life. The third module, the neuroscience of self-talk, because it is our self-talk, good or bad, that the brain hears the most. And it is our self-talk that ends up influencing most of our successes or failures in our life. Inside, you will get the only 2 rules that when using positive self-talk to rewire your brain. You'll also get the top 8 positive attitudes to wire in. Fourth, how to stick to good habits. Here, you will learn the concept of identity-based habits and how to implement it into your daily life. You'll also learn how to break any bad habits and how to make significant changes without overwhelming yourself. Fifth, my favorite module, how to overcome procrastination. Together, we'll go through the 10 secrets of superhuman productivity that will put you onto the right path of hyperproductivity and success. The last module, develop a powerful memory. You will learn how are your memories stored and retrieved by your brain, how to forget a bad memory, and 14 simple hacks to improve your memory. Before jumping into the brief introduction to neuroplasticity and brain structure, I would like to share something special. It is the 5-step routine I use every day to rewire my brain. The ideas behind this process is to tie strong emotion to the rewiring process and repeat it in many ways. Here are the 5 steps. First, careful break down the habit you want to change. Writing it down clarifies the change needed. Understand precisely why it needs to change and how it has to be done. The brain hates ambiguity and it causes you to lose focus, and the vagueness means there is no clear action to take. The second step, develop a process to follow. Break it down into easy to follow steps. That is very important. Let the goal take care of itself. Following a daily or regular process instills discipline and allows for small changes to take place quickly. It also builds momentum. The first step, visualize the process and generate emotion while going through your process. Fourth, before going to sleep, review the process mentally and talk yourself through it. This means that when you sleep, you mentally process it and the brain records and recalls it easier. It has been proven with recent research that reviewing information before sleeping improves recall and retention. Fifth, tie the change to a current successful habit. The first step of your change needs to link to a current habit, and this allows for smooth action. Once started, momentum takes over. This is my current process, which I will break down with clear examples into the next modules. Let me know what are your thoughts. In the next lesson, you'll learn what neuroplasticity is and how you can use it to your best advantage. Neurons that fire together, wire together. This is a famous quote from the Canadian psychologist Donald Hebb, considered as the father of neuropsychology and neural networks. Our brain is not an immutable machine, but a changeable muscle. When we do any activity, such as reading, playing tennis or cooking, some neurons get fired into our brain. Depending on which neurons get stimulated, specific connections become stronger, while others may become weaker. This is neuroplasticity. Neuroplasticity or brain plasticity stands for the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections. The term is derived from two words, neuron and plastic. Let's see what each of them represents. A neuron is a nerve cell in our brain, and it consists of the stoma or the body, an axon, and dendrites. Neuron cells are electrically excited cells that process and transmit information through electrical and chemical signals. The cells are connected with each other by synapses, which transmit chemical signals and allow neurons to form new neural networks. All neurons are electrically excitable. They maintain voltage gradients across their membranes by ion channels and ion pumps. What that means is that when there is a high voltage change, ion pumps generate action potential, and the information travels through a network of neurons from one cell to another. The word plastic doesn't mean the brain has plastic consistency, as one might think, but it refers to the ability of change. Plastic stands for mold, modify, or sculpt. Our brain can modify its structure and function caused by bodily and environmental changes. To sum up, neuroplasticity refers to the brain's ability to change physically in response to experiences, changes that are the basis of our learning and memory. There are two main types of neuroplasticity: synaptic plasticity, such as changes in the strength of connections between neurons, and structural plasticity, such as changes in the wiring of the brain. These types of plasticity themselves have many underlying mechanisms. Long-term potentiation (LTP) and long-term depression (LTD) are the processes by which the synapse gets stronger or weaker. This happens as a result of biochemical and mechanical processes, such as receptor molecules being added to the synapse or receptors being chemically activated and deactivated. Structural plasticity occurs when neurons grow new axons and synapses, altering the structure of the neural network. The axons tunnel their way through neural tissue like roots growing in soil until they bump into other neurons and form new synapses. Sometimes new wiring is added during brain development and then later removed, called pruning. Every time a new memory is formed, the brain changes. If you can remember what you did yesterday, physical changes happened in the brain to store that memory, and that is neuroplasticity. In a nutshell, neuroplasticity means that the way your brain gets wired is based on the things that you repeatedly do. That means that whenever you adopt a new habit, the way your brain is physically configured changes. That makes it easier for you to do actions that you always decide to do without expending too much brain energy. That also means that it is easier for children to pick up habits and stick to them compared to adults, since the brains of children are still into development. For example, you may have noticed that thumb sucking or nail biting can be easily ingrained in children, but once they have better options to deal with anxiety, they can stop these habits faster than how adults can quit smoking, for example. However, it does not mean that your brain's plasticity has already ended. No matter how old you are, your brain can still change to adapt to habits that you want to stick to. To understand the next chapters, there is also some brain anatomy you should know about. Our brain is the center of the nervous system. It contains about 100 billion neurons. The brain has white matter and gray matter. The difference is not just in color, but also in its structure and function. Gray matter mostly stands for the nucleus, or I should say the body of cells, and the white matter is mainly made of axons and glial cells. Meaning white matter modulates the distribution of action potentials and is enabling communication and coordination between different brain regions, while the gray matter is mostly associated with processing and cognition. The brain has two hemispheres that are connected by corpus callosum, which is the largest white matter in the brain. Important information is that the brain is divided into 4 lobes on each side: frontal, parietal, occipital, and temporal lobe. Here are some basic functions of individual lobes. First, the frontal lobe is associated with planning, reasoning, parts of speech, movements, emotions, and problem solving. The parietal lobe is associated with orientation, recognition, perception of stimuli, and movement. The occipital lobe is associated with visual processing, and the temporal lobe is associated with perception and recognition of auditory stimuli, memory, and speech. I should also give you some information about the complex limbic system. The limbic system is responsible for behavior, memory, emotions, and olfaction. All in all, it is believed to have an essential role in our emotional life and the formation of memories. There are 2 parts of the system that will be mentioned in this course. The first one is hippocampus. Hippocampus is a horseshoe-shaped pear structure. It is located in the temporal lobe, and its function is connected with memory, emotional response, spatial orientation, and navigation. Hippocampus is communicating with the amygdala, a almond-shaped structure also located in the temporal lobe. Its functions are referred to memory modulation, emotional learning, arousal, and autonomic response to fear. The structure of the nervous system is complex, and so is its function. Modern technology is helping us in the discovery of its potential, but there is still a lot that has been unrevealed and unexplained. Alright, we are done with the theory part. In the next lesson, you will get the special mindset when rewiring your brain to success. See you there. Developing neuroplasticity and developing new habits is like playing a game. At the beginning of every level, you need to follow a specific set of instructions to achieve a goal and get a corresponding reward. Once you get the hang of what you need to do, you would face challenges of increasing difficulty. Of course, the only difference is that you are doing these challenges in real life. Just like in any computer game, it is up to you on whether you would give up or not when you fail to achieve your goal. However, the more often you practice during activities that you want to develop into habits, the better your brain will perform in allowing you to do them without difficulty. You would also realize that you would be able to automatically pick up other habits that would enable you to work on goals that you have been consistently hitting more efficiently. While your brain is resilient enough to reconfigure itself from you to hit your goals better, you can help make the entire process of neuroplasticity happen faster if you do activities that are designed to do just that. By exercising your brain and training it to achieve helpful habits more efficiently, and you'll get plenty of activities in the next chapter, you will be able to improve your cognition and pick up new skills in no time. In the next module, I'll show you all the steps that you need to take to make your brain more flexible when it comes to adopting better habits and help you get the skills you need to achieve your goals.